EV1s on the aft external D-ring and EV2s on the forward.
Christina Koch there, the first to come out of the Quest airlock.
EV1's load alleviating strap is inspected and looks good. And EV2's load alleviating strap is good and at inspection.
Copy. For the safety tether config, attach EV1 yellow hook to safety tether reel on the aft external D-ring.
You'll be able to tell the two spacewalkers apart by a red stripe on Christina Koch's spacesuit. Jessica Meir's will be all white. And this first task is to make sure the tethers are all in the right configuration so that they can safely make their way out. Once she's done this, Jessica Meir will be following her out of the hatch.
Copy. Attach aft safety tether green hook to EV1 red reel.
And Tracy, I think you were saying that hopefully this could kind of be considered a normal thing going forward.
Yeah, as much as it's worth celebrating the first spacewalk with an all-female team, I think many of us are looking forward to it just being normal. And I think if it signifies anything, it is to honor the women who came before us, who were skilled and qualified and didn't get the same opportunities that we have today because it is so normal.
That's
Copy, Christina. Check gate closed and reel unlocked.
That's a great sentiment. And speaking of, people paving the way, I'm sure that you see a lot of young girls as you're out speaking. Do you get the sense that a lot of people are hoping to follow in your footsteps?
You know, there is a lot of enthusiasm, and especially from the younger girls. It's starting to become more normal, and they can envision themselves in these roles and in these places. And I think that will instill confidence that will last in their formative years and hopefully bring them their dreams to fulfillment. And if being an astronaut and a spacewalker is one of them, then I think today will be meaningful.
Absolutely. We're seeing a lot of well wishes from people here on the ground saying, so good to see women doing this. My daughters are watching. School children classes are watching today. So hopefully they'll be inspired by this spacewalk, by all of your work. But is there any advice that you would give somebody in that position who is hoping to follow in your footsteps?
I think the best advice I could give to anyone, especially young ladies, is to know yourself and the things that you really enjoy doing, and to keep doing those things because that's what's going to bring out the best in you.
And I suppose that's what you did and what Christina Koch and Jessica Meir did.
I got to believe that was the main ingredient in the formula.
Absolutely. All right. Well, as we are, getting started on today's spacewalk, anything that you would say, be sure and watch for this, or this will be an interesting part?
Well, as a astronaut and spacewalker myself, there's so much about what they're doing today that I think is interesting from a technical standpoint. The very task they're performing at the moment is not one that is typical. We usually go out with our safety tethers, and so the inspections aren't necessary, but inside the crew lock. So what Christina's doing right now to ensure their safety already is expending a lot of energy with her fingers in a pressurized suit. So if you can't see the details of what she's doing, but it is rather intricate and very important, and it's good that she's taken her time with that task. But one of the, I think, exciting moments, just even to watch, if not to experience, especially for Jessica, this being her first one, is when they're out on the pallet, the external pallet that holds the spare equipment that they'll be installing today. That pallet is positioned on the space station such that when they're on it, they're going to get the full view of the Earth going underneath them at a speed that is quite noticeable. They'll see it going underneath their feet.
Release our waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender.
And it will be exhilarating for them, and it'll be rather interesting if we can get a great camera view of it to see our our people out there, our pink bodies breathing in their own satellites and dangling from the space station, doing some pretty important work.
Yeah, that sounds great. We don't have helmet camera views just yet, but we do hope to get those as the spacewalk gets going. And seeing Jessica Meir make not her first steps, but her first float out of the hatch there.
For your egress. Okay, and copy. I'm going forward, and I've got a waist tether down.
Copy. Jessica's egressing. 10 seconds to a 20-second handover.
Both spacewalkers, Christina, Koch, and Jessica Meir, now out of the Quest airlock hatch. Again, today's spacewalk officially began at 6:38 a.m. Central Time, and Jessica Meir will be carrying basically a tool bag out of the airlock with her, and once she's out, they can get started on the work for today, which is swap out of a battery charge discharge unit that we had a problem with following a spacewalk last Friday.
Christina, I'm going to do a little translation adaptation here. Okay, copy. We'll wait for the handover to end, and Stephanie will be back with us for next step. Or maybe I'll go ahead and get this on my DOT first.
And Houston is back with you, and we're copying, and that's your call. If you'd like to place the medium ORU bag first or conduct the translation adaptation, it is up to you.
Okay, copy.
Translation adaptation is kind of a big fancy way to say getting used to moving around in space.
Yes, a very fancy way. Yeah, there's this experience they have in vacuum of space. Maneuvering in the suit is not easily mocked up here on Earth, and so this is the first time they'll experience that frictionless motion in their suit, but they're massive, and so they need to put in some effort to stop themselves. And so this is a period of time for them to understand what forces they're going to need to do the maneuvering as well as the stopping.
And that's not something that you really can practice on the ground, right?
Not at all. No, we have some facilities that are like an air hockey table. It's a precision air bearing floor that we used to use to replicate that. But nowadays we have a bungee system and a facility that suspends us, and then we're able to more effortlessly move things and react to the momentum and the mass of a unit. In addition to stopping ourselves. So we do have some ways of practicing it here.
I can see your tether if you are in a good config. Copy, thank you. And at this point, Stephanie, I will do a little translation adaptation.
Copy, Jessica. We copy the buddy checks on EV1, and would you both please give us a baseline HAP check?
For EV1, my HAP is dry. EV2, HAP is dry.
Copy, dry HAP.
Get the thermal cover while we...
Copy, dry HAPs and thermal cover and work.
So HAP checks are something that we're going to be hearing kind of on and off throughout the spacewalk. That's a periodic check that they do to make sure that there's not a lot of water in their helmet.
Or no water at all, we hope. But yeah, this is something new since the one spacewalk we had with Luca, who was inside. He's going to do the arm work for them, where we had water in the helmet. And though we don't expect to have that issue again, the HAP is a means to protect the crew if we were to experience water in the helmet.
They'll keep doing that. HAP, I think, stands for helmet
absorption pad.
Mm-hmm. And then they'll also do glove checks, looking for any cuts on their gloves. So we'll be hearing that throughout today.
And Christina, how does this bag look? I have it out so I can see it. Yep, it is out. I can see that it's in your vision. You definitely have some space to put it back a little bit if you wanted to do it that way, but I can keep an eye on it as well.
I wouldn't be surprised if we actually hear a comment, but I can bet the two are thinking, or at least Jessica, this being her first time out, just how similar the environment she's in looks to the environment that we train in. There's so many similarities, with the exception of that big, plump blue planet.
Yeah, and I think every handrail has another number. They know exactly where they're going ahead of time and which path they'll take.
Exactly, yeah. Stephanie will be calling out specific handrail numbers, but they've done enough preparation that they know the general direction they're going. And knowing the numbers confirmed by Stephanie just give them confidence that they're going in the right direction, especially when the sun goes down. They have helmet lights, and there's some lights, on the external lights on the station that help illuminate their path. But boy, when that sun goes down, it's a much different view. So having handrail numbers called out can sometimes keep you in the straight line path you're intending.
And it looks like we will be heading into a dark portion of this orbit in the next minute, or next few minutes. And so we'll get a good first look at what that's like soon. And you mentioned that your own spacewalk, that your first one wasn't a planned one. So it's how do you get ready for that when you can't train on the ground for it ahead of time?
Well, we have, first of all, a fantastic team on the ground, so dedicated to providing as much information as we can, and then it's a matter of getting the time to absorb it, and then prioritizing for yourself what you're going to need. We have virtual reality that we can use on orbit to immerse ourselves in the environment and get familiar with it. But it's just knowing the primary goals of your task and relying a lot on your training to kick in once you're outside. And then, of course, the ground guiding you.
Okay, Stephanie, I think with that, I'm ready to start translating.
Copy, Jessica. For Christina, translate to the APFR in the starboard CETA card, and you'll begin your SSRMS setup. And for Jessica, translate to P4. You'll temp stow the medium ORU bag on a handrail there.
And I think EV2, I will lead this translation.
And for this one, Christina leads the translation.
Okay, did we got a change? And my tether is the one that is air-led on handrail 500, so we were showing that Jessica would lead, but we'll take your words on that.
Christina, Jessica, we copy. We would like Christina to lead.
Copy. And Jessica, are you in a good position? Yeah, stand by. I'll get out of your way. Copy.
So they finished that first initial work they have to do, getting used to being in space and getting their tethers set up, and now they're getting on their way, moving to their work sites for the first task.
Yeah, there's so much work that they've done up to this point. It seems almost unfair to say they're getting started. But yeah, their first task is about to begin.
Okay, copy that.
Christina will be moving to get in place for her ride on the Canadarm2.
I believe this is the first time she's been on the arm in her this is being her fourth spacewalk. I think this is her first arm ride.
I mean, if you're going to do a spacewalk, it sounds like that is even better to do it.
Have somebody else translate you, of course. She's earned it.
And we're getting our first look here from the helmet cameras of the spacewalkers. This one's from Jessica Meir, and you'll be able to tell that it's her view during the spacewalk by the number 11 embossed in the lower right-hand corner of the screen.
Okay, and I'm showing you passing each other without any interference there. Okay, copy. Let me know when you're clear for me to start. And I am clear for you to start. I'm about halfway up the Cedar Square now.
And Christina, Jessica, we copy. And just some additional words on this. Christina, you will end up waiting for Jessica to pass once you're at the P4 working the SSRMS setup. And also, Jessica, you can expect to have to cross over Christina's safety tether at the CETA cart.
Okay, copy, Stephanie. And EV1 copies as well. And EV1 is on phase 1, translating port.
Copy, Christina.
EV2 also on phase 1, right behind her.
Copy.
This again is a view from Jessica Meir's helmet camera. She is making her way to begin setting up the work site at the P6 truss segment. That's the far end of the port truss on the space station. One of the furthest work sites that we send spacewalkers to.
With 5.
When she's there, she'll be picking up some handles that were pre-installed on the nickel hydrogen batteries that were going to be replaced in what would have been a spacewalk on Wednesday. This one preempted it when we had a problem with a battery charge discharge unit following the second spacewalk in the series, which took place last Friday.
And Jessica, I am Venus on the starboard cedar cart, so when you do go by, no clearance. Okay, I'm coming up to the cedar cart now. And Jessica, width 5 is the width that is in the middle of the cedar cart on the port side. Okay, copy that. Good to know. I'm right beneath your feet, so don't move down. Copy.
Little bit of a view there of Christina Koch from Jessica Meir's helmet as they crossed paths. Meir on her way out to the P6 truss while Cook is getting ready to uh, begin setting up the robotic arm so that she can use it to carry the large battery charge discharge unit that the spare that they'll be bringing over to P6.
See, we are not past our, yeah, I passed our tether points. Okay, correct? Yep, they are beneath, but they are neither of the starboard seat occurred. Copy.
So right now Jessica is translating under the MT, the mobile transporter that holds the mobile base system that often secures the robotic arm. And in the pool, that is a dreaded place to have to translate. It's because of gravity. It makes it very difficult to be under this structure. And so, though Jessica hasn't made any comments, I think it would be very consistent with every other spacewalker's experience that it is a joy to be underneath that in space. And so she's probably thinking, this is way better than the pool.
Neutral buoyancy laboratory.
Yes.
We should probably explain what the pool is, the neutral buoyancy laboratory that you practice in.
Yes, we fondly call it the pool, but it's a gigantic training facility that holds the mock-up of the space station, and that's just how we practice spacewalking. And though we can become buoyant, neutrally buoyant in the pool, we can't take away gravity. And so
P4 handrail 5104 for SSRMS setup. And check your gauntlets in place prior to crossing the surge.
Copy. 5104 on P4, and I'll check my gauntlets.
Good, read back.
Stephanie, I've reached handrail 5120, which I believe is where I'm leaving the medium ORU bag.
And that is a good location to attempt to stow the medium ORU bag. Also, check your gauntlets in place.
Okay, copy. My gauntlets are in place.
Copy.
in Jessica's helmet cam, you can see the glow of the horizon on Earth, and as magnificent as that is to see, it will probably not be enough to distract Jessica right now from the task she has at hand. That's how much you concentrate while you're out there. It's such a unique environment that it takes as much mental strength as it does physical strength. And
yes, we talk a lot about how physically hard it is, but it's also you just come back completely exhausted, I would assume.
yes, you think as hard as you can out there.
Copy, Christina.
And I see you.
Moving out of range of video downlink from the satellites for a moment or two.
Okay, and I am to Jessica. I'll stand by. Other than that, Christina, I have the bag stowed, but I have not taken out the GoPro yet. Do you want to kick the GoPro out? Or do you want me to? If you're in a good spot, go ahead, and if not, I'll be glad to do it. And do you remember that on the right or the left side of the bag? It's on the same side as the red. You know what? I can do it since I set it up. Okay, that'll work. Good call. Okay, Stephanie, then with that, I should keep progressing outboard.
That's affirmed, Jessica. You can translate to the P6 long spacer, handrail 5312, to attach your green hook, and I have one warning and one caution if it's a good time.
Oh, sure, I'm ready for that.
The warning is for sharp edges on P6. There's a P6 sharp edge hazard, MT rail attach lug near the 2 Bravo IAA inboard radiator corner. And the one caution on P6, avoid contact with deployed and stowed radiators.
Okay, copy that.
Jessica, Christina, for your information, arm is in motion.
Copy.
Still seeing this view from Jessica Meir's helmet camera. She's again making her way to actually what would have been the work site to install the next set of new batteries if we'd been going through the regularly planned spacewalk. Instead, she'll be picking up some of the equipment there because she and Christina Koch will need it as they're moving the battery charge discharge unit around.
And Stephanie, EZ1, I'll copy.
Christina, I copy you now. We're in a period of RADI-COM for another 6 minutes.
The challenge coming up for these this entire team is once Christina has the arm set up and is ready for motion, she'll be talking with Luca inside, who's maneuvering the arm, and then Jessica's still going to need to be kept busy and listening for Stephanie. And so it'll be interesting for folks to listen up at how well they coordinate that communication from inside the space station to outside the space station to here inside Mission Control. It'll be kind of neat to watch.
Another example of how much there is to keep track of.
Absolutely. No shortage.
Please repeat your last.
Yes, my last was just updating you on my location, 5104 and 5103 handrail, and wanted to check in with you on this location for setup of the SSRMS. I believe this is where we're looking to be.
And you are correct.
And Stephanie for EV2, I'm at 5312 working on my green hook.
Copy, Jessica. And Christina, if you are ready to work with Luca for the GCA for APFR install, I can hand you over to him.
Okay, stand by one. I'll let Jessica keep you for a minute longer while I reposition for this.
Copy that. Copy.
The APFR that you hear him talking about is the articulated portable foot restraint that Cook will be using as she rides the robotic arm to the next work site. That'll allow her to have her hands free to hold the equipment.
The outboard route.
The APFR is one of those pieces of equipment that we use commonly in any spacewalk, but it's also one of the more massive things that we manipulate during a task. We do everything from retrieving it to installing it to ingressing our own feet into it, and it's one of those things that a lot of training is spent mastering that. And so it's a rewarding experience when you actually get to go into space and use one, because it's been reported to be a lot easier in space than it is in training. So I bet it's a joy for them right now.
That's good to hear. I think Jessica Meir will be using one several times later in the spacewalk if there's time, as a get-ahead to check out some worksite interfaces.
I will rely on you for clearance because my views currently are do not concern me to really see the position.
Okay. In your current location, is this considered the published APFR install location?
That is correct. This is the published APFR install position.
Okay, copy that. I'm going to class. We'll go with 10 centimeters toward the IEA, and I'm showing that zenith.
I understand the 10 centimeter station zenith.
Good, read that.
That does seem like a hard part of the coordination, the minute maneuvers with the robotic arm to get it just in the right place.
Oh, it is, and the words spoken between the EV crew member and the arm operator are really important. What we try to do is to minimize the iterations that we go through in terms of saying what we want and getting the arm in the right position. And so it's that's what is the goal for these translations, as well as the communication between the crew.
We are 40 seconds from a 20-second handover, and 1 minute to sunrise.
We'll go for an APFR install. That's in work.
Copy.
And I would also add that the coordination between the EV crew and the arm operators is aided by the fact that we all cross-train. And so Luca has been a spacewalker, and Christina's been an arm operator, and so they know how to speak the same language and know what each other needs, and that aids in making sure they get the positions that they want without spending a lot of time getting there.
That makes sense, and I'm sure you've driven the robotic arm as well. Is that
yes, we're
difficult?
It's complex because we have this sophisticated robotic arm that has 7 degrees of freedom, and the space station is enormous and complex, and we have camera views that are not very straightforward. So you spend a lot of time, you spend a lot of brain power interpreting the views that you see and cross-checking with other views to make sure that there's no obstructions and you're not going to make contact with structure. And so it is difficult. And then plus you've got a live person on the end of the arm, and that adds a level of, that turns it up a notch for the arm operator, for
Definitely
sure.
don't want to run them into anything.
Absolutely not. That's your buddy.
Moved through a period where we're not getting downlink again, but it's coming back now, and I think we should be out of that period where we're dropping in and out now.
Christina, Jessica, back with you after the handover. Jessica, we see you have the crew lock bag in sight, and you'll retrieve the 4 scoops to place those on 3 batteries and a DCSU on the IEA.
That didn't work.
And those scoops are the handles that we were talking about, getting them off the nickel hydrogen batteries that were set to be replaced so that they can be used to move the new and old battery charge discharge units around. Jessica Meir will be taking them over to Christina Koch to get them installed, and installing some of her own as well. And Tracy, thanks so much for spending time with us today. I know that you have your own work that you need to be getting to. So any parting thoughts, advice before you head out?
I just think everyone ought to be sending some positive vibes by way of airwaves to space for these 2 top-notch spacewalkers. I think it's going to be a long day, and so they'll be focusing as much with their mind as with their hands, and so I think we can expect their calm to probably get a little bit less and less as the day goes on, as their brain is focused on the task.
ACFR installed from the SSRMS lift. Docking is 12. This pull and twist test, and I have black on black.
But I think the thing to really pay attention to is the unspoken coordination between the whole crew, especially the 2 that are outside. They're good friends outside of the work that they're doing, and I think it is especially meaningful to be doing something as unique and fascinating as a spacewalk, especially with someone that you know really cares about you, and that's the case with those 2, Christina and Jessica. So watch for that communication that is outside the normal, and I think you'll get a sense for the camaraderie that you have outside the space station today.
All right, thanks so much for joining us. We're 43 minutes into what is planned to be a 5.5-hour spacewalk, so we should have a lot of fun left to go.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Brandy. It's been a pleasure.
I have Papa Papa, Fox 6, set.
Copy, Christina. Those are good settings. You can perform a safety tether swap onto the SSRMS. First lock your green hook, and then relocate your yellow hook to the SSRMS Lee forward tether point.
Copy that.
As you can see, the spacewalkers and the International Space Station have moved into the daylight portion of this orbit around the Earth, currently over the Pacific Ocean, heading towards the coast of South America, or Central America rather. And this a view of Christina Koch in her spacesuit with the red stripe to differentiate her from Jessica Meir with an all-white spacesuit. And it looks like this view is coming from the space station's robotic arm, which is just within reach of Koch, so that she can get that foot that foot restraint installed on the end of it, which she will then climb into and use to move from here to the P4 work site. Then she'll have a little ways to carry the battery charge discharge unit to get it out to the P6 solar array.
Now.
Jessica, say again your last.
And Stephanie, this gap spanner is really loose. I think I'm going to try to tighten it up a bit.
Jessica, we copy.
And for EV1, my green hook is locked.
Copy.
And confirm I am taking my yellow hook to the forward SSRMS handrail.
That's affirmative. Relocate yellow hook to SSRMS Lee forward tether point.
Copy. Stephanie, tightens that gap spanner up quite a bit on the outboard side. I think it'll be a little bit more useful that way.
Jessica, we copy. As you're tightening or once you're complete with that, can you also give us the 180-degree turn test of the turn of the buckle so that there's 1 inch of slack?
Yes, there still is over an inch of slack.
We copy that. Thank you.
Getting our first view here from Christina Koch's helmet camera, which you will be able to tell is coming from her by the number 18 embossed in the lower right-hand corner throughout the day. And although it's a little shaky, this is a view of that foot restraint that she'll be installing there on the end of the robotic arm. She has installed, rather.
My green wheel is locked.
Copy. Green wheel locked. Stow your green hook on P4 handrail 5104.
Copy and work.
As we promised, we're going to be taking Ask NASA questions from social media throughout today's spacewalk, and we'll take advantage of a few minutes of quiet to answer a few here. First up, we have a question from Amanda asking, what's the most challenging task for Cook and Meir during their spacewalk today? Just the spacewalk itself is, as we talked about with Tracy Caldwell Dyson, really physically and mentally demanding. But as far as specific tasks, nothing that they are doing is in itself hard. But the pieces of equipment they'll be moving around are bulky, and moving around with them attached to their tethers or in their handholds or can be challenging. The main task for the spacewalk is to change out an old battery charge discharge unit that we've had a problem with for a new one that has been stored as a spare on the space station. So that'll take about 3.5 hours to get that done, and then they'll wrap up with a few get-aheads if there is time.
Green wheels unlocked.
Copy unlocked.
Christina Cook moving through the steps to get her foot restraint set up on the robotic arm. And we also have a question from Renee.
I believe that the APFR ingress location is moved from here, so standby 1.
Renee's asking what happens during the swap of the failed power unit. Will electricity black out for the time of the repair? And no, the space station actually has a total of 24 of these battery charged discharge units that are taking in and putting out power from the station's 4 solar arrays. So they do have plenty of power. We just do want to have the full amount of power that we can get. So we want to get this swapped out.
Copy and standby 1. I need to verify my EPFR settings.
Copy.
And Stephanie, I've got all 4 scoops in the bag, so I believe my next step is to head over to the APFR, bundle the bag, and then bring the APFR to 2 Bravo.
That's affirmative, Jessica, and you'll also change the pitch to Papa Papa.
Copy, Papa Papa.
Good readback.
View here from Jessica Meir's helmet camera. She's working through the steps of this work site setup with Stephanie Wilson here on the ground. She's first been retrieving some handles that will be used during today's spacewalk, moving them off of the batteries that were going to be replaced, and they'll be used on both the old battery charge discharge unit and the new one to move those around. She's also picking up a foot restraint that she'll be installing back at P6, the segment of the truss that they'll be spending the most time working at today.
Christina, we copy? And yes, please work with Luca.
Okay, Luca, I am ready when you are.
Okay, Christina, I'm going to GCA to the published APFR ingress position and then take ulterior motions from you if necessary. And it's going to be a motion towards the X station forward, about 1 meter.
Copy that and concur.
Starting motion.
Copy.
Hearing Luca Parmitano's voice added to the mix as he is driving the space station's robotic arm. We're getting this view from a camera on the robotic arm, so you see it moving away from Christina Cook there. Cook is at what we call the CETA cart. That stands for Crew Equipment and Translation Aid cart.
Copy. And Lisa, that looks like a good position. I'll give it a go for the ingress. GCA complete.
Copy, GCA complete. Brakes are on.
Copy.
Go for APFR ingress.
Copy. Brakes on. Go for ingress.
Once Cook is in this foot restraint on the robotic arm, it will move her to the location of that spare, the new battery charge discharge unit, where she'll be picking it up. View of another foot restraint that Jessica Meir is picking up. This was, again, going to be used in the battery swap task that had been planned for the next spacewalk, but they'll need it today, so she's going to pick it up now and move it to the P6 work site. Or this is also on P6, but a different P6 work site, so that she and Christina Koch can use it today. Seeing a lot of Ask NASA questions come in, so we'll try and answer a few while we have a quiet moment. This one from Noni, who is first of all saying good luck to the spacewalkers and then asking how heavy are the spacesuits and do they impact the astronauts? On the ground, the spacesuits would weigh about 300 pounds, so they are definitely heavy, not easy to use in gravity. A little easier, of course, in microgravity where they're able to float, but still pretty bulky and hard to maneuver in. It takes a lot to protect the astronauts from the vacuum of space, and this is basically their own personal spaceship, so it has everything they need to survive outside of the space station. So they have to be careful and be really trained in how to move around in the spacesuits. They also, well, as we talked about before they left the airlock, add padding inside the spacesuit to make sure they kind of stay positioned in it as is most comfortable and most helpful, so that, for instance, their hands aren't slipping out of the gloves when they bend their elbow, or they're not moving around inside their boots when they're getting into the foot restraints, as Christina Koch is here. Mr. Wilson's science class from Jones Middle School in Florence, Kentucky have a question as they are watching the spacewalk, and they are wanting to know how the astronauts train for the spacewalks. Yeah.
Copy, you've ingressed and ingress A is stowed. Nice work. Retrieve the medium ORU bag. That is temp stowed on handrail 5120 and place it on your BRT.
Copy.
Christina Koch, they're reporting that she is in that foot restraint now. So she'll be getting her.
GCA for that retrieval when you're ready.
You can give me a second to set it up, and I'll go for your GCA.
Getting back to Mr. Wilson's science class question, the astronauts have a number of different ways that they train here on the ground. One of the main ones is inside the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory, which is an enormous 40-foot deep swimming pool.
Copy. 20 centimeters towards your feet, station forward.
We have an enormous full-size mock-up of the space station inside the pool, so they're able to move around on it just as they do in space. But underwater isn't a perfect comparison, so we also do virtual reality training with the spacewalkers, and we have a system that puts them in a harness and uses pulleys to make it feel like they are in zero gravity so that they can see how the tools work and how they're moving around in microgravity will feel a little better than they do in the swimming pool.
There's your 20 centimeters.
Okay, I will take an additional 20, please.
Okay, another 20. Same direction.
Yes, sir.
Steady motion.
Copy.
And there's your additional 20.
Copy. This will be good. We can call that GCA complete.
GCA complete. Brakes coming on.
Copy. Luca, can you confirm brakes are on?
Brakes are on, sorry.
Copy. And that was GCA complete, right? A-firm. Okay, Stephanie, I have the ATFR and Papa Papa, and I'm going to get this on my BRT and bring this over to 2 Bravo and with 38, correct?
Jessica, that is all correct.
Okay, copy, in work. EDMORU bag is installed on my BRT.
Copy, Christina. When you are happy and ready for motion, you can ask Luca or give Luca a go to maneuver to the ELC-1 BCDU worksite.
Copy. Luca, I am ready for motion to the BCDU worksite on ELC-1.
Christina, copy. There will be first back-off maneuver away from structure, and then it will be joint TOCAS.
Copy.
Cook there confirming that she's got everything she needs in place to begin moving on board that robotic arm that Luca Parmitano is driving.
I noticed that Jessica Space Tether is currently behind my helmet. Deconflict that.
The brakes are on.
Copy, brakes are on.
You can see in this view from Jessica Meir's helmet camera a good view of the mirrors that the astronauts wear on their wrist. And we actually have a question from 7th grade class in West Orange, New Jersey about why they wear those. That is way that the crew can see the controls on their spacesuit, which are on the chest of the spacesuit. With the helmets and the bulky spacesuits themselves, they're not able to bend their necks and look down, so they use those mirrors to see the controls in them and adjust them as needed. They can do things like adjust the water in the undergarments that they wear to keep them at a comfortable temperature as they move through the day and night cycles on the International Space Station. And to help with that, those controls are actually printed backwards so that they show up correctly in the mirror. Still seeing Christina Koch there on the end of the robotic arm. It is going to be moving her to the external logistics carrier number 1. That's where the spare battery charge discharge unit is waiting for her to pick up and then carry over to first the P4 work site, or a work site on P4 truss. She'll get out of the off of the robotic arm there, and with the help of Jessica Meir, carry the battery charge discharge unit over to P6 where they'll be installing it.
Tether has been cleared. I can confirm all the tethers are in a good config.
Nice work, Christina.
This is Luca. Great job on that. And I'm going to start setting up the arm for the backup maneuver.
Copy.
Christina, we are starting motion. It will be straight back away from structure.
Copy. You're ready for motion. I see good motion.
View here of Christina Koch beginning that ride to the external logistics carrier. Arm moves very slowly and carefully. And it is being driven by Space Station Commander Luca Parmitano, who is inside the space station's cupola at the controls of the arm. see the one of the space station's solar array panels coming into view in the top left-hand side of the screen. That gives you an idea of the scale of those solar arrays, which are enormous. There's 4 sets of those. This one's on the starboard side. The crew will be working on the port side for most of the spacewalk.
Christina, when it's a good time, I'll take a glove and hap check.
Copy. Check and work. For EV1 gloves, no change, dry hap.
Copy, no change, dry hap. PET is about 1 hour, 10 minutes. Limiting consumable, 7 hours, 45 minutes for EV1 battery power.
EV1 copy. EV2 copy.
Capcom Stephanie Wilson there giving the crew a status update. She mentioned we are now 1 hour and 10 minutes into today's spacewalk, the historic first for a spacewalk to be conducted by 2 women. And we do have a number of school classes watching, including Mrs. Harrison's environmental science class. They sent in a question using the hashtag AskNASA, and they want to know how long the battery that we are replacing lasted. And we're not actually replacing a battery here. It's a discharge unit for a battery, which makes sure that we get a standard level of power sent to the space station systems. But it's actually been on board the space station for about 19 years. It was first integrated on STS-97 in December of 2000. So it had a good long life, but we do have some spares on board. There are 24 of these installed on the International Space Station, one for each of the power strings.
Motion on 2.5 minutes jump forecast.
Copy, and I'm ready.
Starting motion.
This is the second one that we've replaced. We had another one fail earlier this year in a similar situation after some of the new batteries were installed. So we'll be taking a look at what might be causing that before we go forward with the spacewalks that had been planned to continue replacing the old nickel hydrogen batteries with new lithium ion ones.
Christina, if it's a good time, I have 1 warning and 2 cautions for ELC1.
It's a good time. I'm ready for warnings and copies.
The warning is to avoid contact with the payload, RRM3, due to exposed sharp edges, corners, protrusions, entrapment, pinch points, and structural damage.
Copy. I will avoid it, and I have eyes on it.
Copy. And the 2 cautions: minimize contact with Z93, that's the paint or the thermal coating on the XPECA, and no vigorous body motion on ELC1.
Copy both. Okay, Stephanie, I've got a clocking of 8, black on black, and a good pull twist test.
Copy, Jessica. Double check wire ties tucked under the boot plate.
Work. I can confirm that now. Wire ties are tucked under the boot plate.
Copy. The rest of the settings are Papa Papa Fox 12.
See Papa Papa Fox and 12 is set.
Copy that. Next, install 2 scoops on the outboardmost BCDU. For H1 and H2, the handles will both go towards the radiator.
Great view of Jessica Cook there on the end of the robotic arm, still making her way to the external logistics carrier where the new battery charge discharge unit is awaiting. We're seeing her with the Earth in the background. The space station's currently coming up on the coast of Europe at the moment. And still have a fair amount of time left in this daylight portion of the orbit before they move into night. Meanwhile, Jessica Meir is beginning to remove those handles that she's been picking up.
We do. We have good video. Thank you.
Or rather, installing them.
Christina, DCV-1, Robo 1, we are ready to fly you to the publish MLI cover position. It's a manual motion. So when you're go for me to start moving, I'm ready.
Okay, Luca, I'm a go.
And this is going to be, I'm going to start motion towards the ELC.
Motion.
Good motion.
While Cook is continuing to make her way to the logistics carrier with the new battery charge discharge unit, Jessica Meir is installing 2 of the handles that she picked up from the old batteries onto the old battery charge discharge unit. She's then going to get a ratchet wrench ready for Cook's use a little later in the spacewalk. And then she'll be moving to the logistics carrier herself, where she'll drop off a bag and the wrench for Christina Cook to use. View here from her helmet, from Jessica Meir's helmet camera.
Christina, you're at the publish position.
Okay, copy. Let's continue motion in that direction. We'll start with another 10 centimeters for now.
Copy, another 10 centimeters into the same direction.
Agreed. Good motion.
That's 10 for you.
Copy. And I think we'll need another 10, and that should do it. In the same direction. I am ready.
Okay, moving another 10 centimeters in the same direction.
Agreed.
And that's your 10 centimeters.
Okay, and now that I'm here, and apologies for inching us our way there, but I've got the PGT out now of assessing reach, and I think I'll take another 10. Direction.
Copy, and please verify that your ingress aid is tucked in and all the clearances are good, and I'll move you in another 10.
Okay, I can verify that. Ingress aid is stowed. All clearances are good.
Okay, starting motion.
And good mission. And Luca, is that our 10?
Yes, you have 10 centimeters there.
Copy. Let's go ahead and call this GCA complete.
Okay, copy. GCA complete, brakes are on.
Copy. Brakes are on.
View here from Christina Koch's helmet camera. She's reporting to Luca Parmitano that she is happy where she is at the external logistics carrier.
ORU bag tether point to the aft MLI loop.
Copy and work.
And we are 10 seconds to a 20-second handover.
Stephanie, can you confirm the handle?
Short handover of satellites that send us video down from the International Space Station. Should be coming back in just a moment.
The amazing view out here is phenomenal.
And Jessica, the scoop handles are towards the radiator.
Copy. That's in work.
View there of Keith Johnson, who's the lead spacewalk officer, working from the ground today.
The MLI of the BCDU.
Copy, Christina. And up to you for the MLI removal steps to assess your access and whether or not you need to egress the APFR.
Okay, and I think I have good access for those bolts in the APFR.
Copy, Christina. Then let me know when you're ready for PGT setting.
I am ready.
Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Okay, confirm Alpha 7 and not 2, counter 2.
Christina, I'm sorry. Please repeat your PGT setting.
I wanted to verify that it was Alpha 7 and not Alpha 2 for these MLI bolts.
It is Alpha 2, counterclockwise 2.
Christina Koch, they're working with Stephanie Wilson to get into the first task now that she is at the new battery charge-discharge unit. She's going to be removing some insulation cover, and to do that she will be removing 2 bolts as well as some Velcro and a couple of straps.
Copy.
View here from Cook's helmet camera as she gets started on one of those bolts.
Copy. On the nadir bolt, release, expect 15.4 to 17.9 turns.
Copy, in work. Hey, Stephanie, both of those are on, and they are handled or pointed towards the radiator. I think I'm going to do a socket lock now with the ratchet from my PGT.
That's affirmative.
Stephanie, I have released the Nader Bolt, 17 turns.
Copy, Nader Bolt released, 17 turns. Next is the Zenith Bolt, same settings, Alpha 2, counterclockwise 2.
Copy, Alpha 2, counter 2 set.
Cook, they're reporting that she's got the first of 2 bolts released on the installation, starting on the second, while Jessica Meir reports that she's got the handles that she was installing on the old battery charge-discharge unit done. And her next step will be to get a ratchet wrench prepared for Cook's use, and then begin making her way to the external logistics carrier where this old battery charge-discharge unit is.
And the bolt appears released at 14 turns.
Copy, Zenith Bolt released at 14 turns.
The Ask NASA questions are continuing to pour in, so we'll take another one now. This one coming from a 6th grade class in New Jersey. Miss Bendira asking how long this repair will take to complete. And the actual swap of the old for the new battery charge discharge unit will take about 3.5 hours, but the total length of the spacewalk today is planned to be about 5.5 hours because the crew members are also going to get a few other get-ahead tasks done. And just as another data point,
We have a good pull twist test on the socket.
Copy, Jessica, good pull test.
The longest spacewalk that has been done was 8 hours and 56 minutes. That was in 2001 on March 11th, and actually a female spacewalker participated in it as well. That was Susan Helms during the STS-102 mission, working on space station assembly.
Place the crew lock bag on your BRT and translate back to your green hook to retrieve it.
Okay, copy. In work. And Stephanie, it looks like I'm going to need a couple more turns on that Zenith bolt, so I'll be putting a few more. Being Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Alpha 2, counter clockwise 2.
Sorry, counter. Yep, that's the firm. Thanks. Counter 2.
Copy that, and we concur with a few more turns.
Work. That did it with 4 more turns.
Copy an additional 4 turns on the Zenith Bolt.
I have to ask, where are we flying over? It's beautiful.
Christina, Jessica, we are flying over the Middle East.
View of Christina Cook here at the external logistics carrier where that old, the new rather, battery charge discharge unit is and asking the ground to confirm where they are flying over right now because it's such a good view. The answer was south of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. They're also just about to move into another nighttime portion of this orbit around the Earth, so things will be getting a little darker. With crews making good time on their spacewalk task with
got the crew bag on my right now. I just need to get that on my DRT, and then I'll be heading back inboard. Great.
Crews making good time on their task with Christina Koch working to remove the thermal insulation cover that's been protecting the new battery charge discharge unit, and Jessica Meir getting ready to make her way over to where Koch is working, drop off some tools and begin another task.
Copy. We are going to have to back you out for a second, and then we'll be ready for the GCA.
Okay, copy that. Ready for motion.
Starting motion.
Copy. Motion.
Now we are reconfiguring to internal.
Copy.
And Christina, we are ready for your GCA for your next position for the MLI removal.
Okay, copy that. I think maybe as a starting point, we could try the low hover position. I don't know if that position has us backing away anymore, but it might be a good position in terms of the X value for the forward motion.
Okay, I'm going to fly to do the low hover if you're ready for motion.
Ready for motion.
First motion is down towards your feet.
Copy. And ready. Good motion.
Copy the motion. And now I'm going to pitch you up about 30 degrees.
Lucas, let's hold off on that if that's part of that that particular published position. I don't think I need to pitch. I will take, if we can go ahead and just start doing raw GCA, I'll take continued motion towards my feet, and we can say about 20 more centimeters for starters.
If you don't mind, Christina, I'm going to do that pitch, do another snapshot per procedure,
Okay.
then take your GCA.
Okay, that's perfect. No worries. Sounds good.
Start in motion.
Copy. Ignition.
Motion.
With those two bolts that were holding the insulation in place on the new battery charge discharge unit taken off, Christina Koch's getting some assistance from Luca Parmitano at the controls of the robotic arm, moving into a better position to continue removing that insulation. She'll also need to remove some Velcro and two straps that are on the underside of the hardware. And meanwhile, Jessica Meir is on her way to the external logistics carrier where Koch is working right now. View from her helmet camera as she is making her way hand over hand to that storage location so that she can drop off some tools and then, if there is enough time, start on an early get-ahead task to disconnect an Ethernet cable.
And Christina, I'm ready for your EVA, for your GCA.
Okay, copy that. Go ahead and do station 4, so in the direction of my feet, we'll start with 20 centimeters.
20 centimeters towards your feet.
Agreed. Motion.
Copy, good motion. And that's 20.
Okay. I'll start work here on this MOI, so we'll call that GCA complete for now.
Copy, GCA complete, brakes coming on, and the brakes are on.
Copy, brakes are on. Jessica, that was GCA complete. You need to come.
Okay, copy. I'm headed back to you, and I've already retrieved my green hook.
Copy that. I see your safety tether bouncing. Figured you were close by.
Jessica, one caution for the ELC. No vigorous body motion once on the ELC. And when you translate on to the ELC, you can do so via the forward nadir CMG.
Copy.
View here from Christina's helmet camera as she's removed that insulation and is stuffing it in her one of her tool bags for storage. With that complete, she'll be able to move on to the next task, which is actually removing the new battery charge discharge unit. To do that, she'll install some of the helmets that Jessica Meir is bringing over for her, loosen some bolts, or remove some bolts, and then she'll be able to pick it up.
And I have a great view of you, Nana.
Copy that.
Got eyes on you yet? Oh, now I do. Hi, you're close. Sure am.
Jessica, when convenient, power
Timing
cycle.
is perfect because
Jessica, press your WVS power button.
Copy.
Jessica, the crew lock bag can be stowed on the Nader CMG Fram handrail.
Copy that. I'm in there now, and it's in work.
Copy.
And Christina, I'm just going to put this one big hook down so that there's a lot of leeway for you to reach it. Okay. I was even going to suggest, since I'm almost done with this medium ORU bag, I wonder if it might benefit, since it will take quite a bit of GCA, I can tell, for me to get down to that bag. Maybe just do the handoff while you're here. Works for me. Stephanie, what do you think?
Jessica, Christina, we like your plan.
Copy. Will just be a few more minutes for stuffing in this MOI bag.
Good view here of both Christina Koch and Jessica Meir, both in the view from the robotic camera on the space station's robotic arm here. You can see Christina Koch at the kind of in the middle of the screen above Jessica Meir, who has made her way to the external logistics carrier that Christina Koch has been working at, and now that she's there, she'll be handing off a tool bag to Koch so that Koch can take out some handles that she picked up for her. Logistics carrier is used to store spares, and once she's dropped that off, Jessica Meir is going to be moving on to a get-ahead task, that is to disconnect an Ethernet cable.
WVS, we do have video, but it is a bit jumpy, so we would like a true power cycle if you would push the button once to take it off and then bring it back on for us.
Okay, copy that. In work. And the power cycle is complete, Stephanie.
Thank you. That recovered it. And I'll take a glove inspection and a HEP check from you.
Okay, copy. For EV2, my HAP is dry. Looking at the gloves, I have a few eraser marks. Other than that, looking nominal.
Copy dry HAP and copy your glove report. Thank you.
An hour and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk, Jessica Meir reporting that her gloves look good and there's no water in her helmet, so that's all good signs. While we wait for her to move on to the next task, we'll take another couple of Ask NASA questions.
The medium ORU bag.
First one from Smithsonian's STEM in 30 show asking, did Christina and Jessica train for the specific task they're doing, or was the training more generic? And the answer on this one is that they did some generic training to prepare for this. We did not plan to do this spacewalk until we had some problems with the old battery charge discharge unit. So this was a bit of a spur of the moment spacewalk, but the crew members, all of the crew members on the space station train extensively to be able to perform these types of tasks that might pop up at any given time as repairs are needed on the space station. This one's pretty standard work, although they haven't specifically done this one before. We do have crew members who train for very specific tasks. For example, Andrew Morgan and Luca Parmitano are going to be doing some repairs to the alpha magnetic spectrometer on board the space station. And because that wasn't planned to be repaired in space, there are a lot of unique tasks associated with doing that spacewalk. So they trained extensively on the ground to be prepared to do that work.
Stephanie, while the team is checking on that, to have the MLI stuff in the MLI bag.
Copy that. Nice work. Jessica, what we'd like you to do is take the medium ORU bag, take that with you to the MDM site, and then likely when you're complete with the MDM task, you can take the medium ORU back to the airlock. We think you'll have time to do all of that before you need to meet up with Christina for the BCDU removal.
Okay, copy that. So I'm going to take the MLI bag with me to do the MDM task, and then I'll just temp stow it, or leave it on my beer. I'll probably temp stow it when I'm doing that task, and then bring it to the airlock? Or did you say bring it to the airlock before the MDM task?
Jessica, we'd like you to take it with you en route to the MDM task, and yes, you can temp stow it there, but complete the MDM task first, and then if there's time, we'll have you go to the airlock to stow it in the airlock.
Okay, copy off. And I think we're ready for the badge swap if you guys want to lead us through that.
We're ready for the swap.
I think, Christina, if I leave it on my BRT, that'll give you the most. Copy. Stand by, let me get this tether off. Okay, and this is still routed to my BRT, Jessica. Okay, copy. And got to do a switcheroo there. I'll take the crew lock bag. Okay, you've got it. Push that down a little bit more. Yep. And work. And stand by before you release anything. I'm going to rep to the crew lock bag. Okay, copy.
Good view there of Christina Koch and Jessica Meir swapping basically tool bags that they've been using. Jessica Meir was using hers to pick up some handles and other equipment that were on the old batteries that had been planned to be swapped out.
Yeah, that sounds good. If you want to release that for me, that'll be perfect. When it zings back, I'll put it straight on this MLI bag.
She's handing those off to Koch, and Koch is handing her the bag holding the insulation that she just removed.
Perfect, thank you.
After this, Koch can begin removing the new battery charge discharge unit to get it on its way over to the P6 truss where it will be installed. And Meir is going to be working to disconnect an Ethernet cable on what they've called, you've heard him call the MDM, which is the multiplexer, A multiplexer, D multiplexer piece of equipment used basically to process data on the space station. She's going to be disconnecting an Ethernet cable and tying it down.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
On my USC.
Night in 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Copy. Stephanie, I have the crew lock bag. I'm ready for steps. And Jessica, jump in if you need steps before you're on your way. I think I've got mine. So go ahead. Your marching orders. Okay, sounds good. Great, Stephanie.
Christina, with the crew lock bag on your BRT, next would be the GCA to access H1 and H2.
Okay, and I have good access to those now, so no GCA required.
One copies.
Copy. Tell us the serial number.
North. I see 0028.
Copy 0028, that's expected. Install 2 scoops, one on H1, one on H2, with the handles pointing station forward.
Copy.
Continuing with the questions that are coming in using the hashtag AskNASA, we have Miss Struckman's 5th grade class wanting to know how many people are in space right now. And there are currently 6 people living and working on the International Space Station. That includes, of course, our spacewalkers for today, Christina, Koch, and Jessica Meir, as well as NASA's Andrew Morgan, who's a flight engineer, European Space Agency, or ESA astronaut Luca Parmitano, who is commander of the space station right now, and then their Russian crewmates, Alexander Skvortsov and Oleg Skropochka. We also have a question from Ashley, who says they've got 40 girls watching a live stream at Girls Academic Leadership Academy in Los Angeles. And they want to know, why were you counting how many times you unscrewed the bolt, and why are those details important? The crew members keep a careful count of how many turns they make of each bolt or screw on the space station, so that they know exactly how tight those are, and that they are tightened down to exactly what the engineers here on the ground recommend, and they keep track of those details, so that as we have future spacewalks, they know what to expect if they need to remove it in the future, or and also just to have the assurance that it did get exactly as tight as it was supposed to.
Jessica, for the Epic MDM, you're headed zenith on phase 1 of S0, and there is one caution: avoid inadvertent contact with deployed test cable and passive UMAs.
Okay, copy that, and I am on phase 1 now.
Copy.
And Stephanie, for V1, I have 2 scoops installed, handles pointing forward, and I have the ratchet wrench in my hand.
Copy. Brett to the H1 scoop, locking it out with slack.
And work.
Christina Koch reporting that she's got those handles installed on the new battery charge discharge unit. Next step will be to, if needed, move into a better position with the robotic arm for releasing the bolts that are holding the new battery charge discharge unit down.
Before each attempt to break torque with a ratchet wrench, confirm no motion of ELC1 or SSRMS, and react all loads through the scoop when breaking torque on H1 and H2.
Copy all.
H1 and H2 are the two bolts that Christina Cook will be removing. Again, those are what's holding the old unit or the new unit down. I have two similar bolts on the old unit that we'll be removing once we get out to the P6 site.
H2, or do you need a GCA?
I do. I have good access. I have the ratchet wrench installed on the H1 scoop tape line flush.
Copy tape line flush on H1, brake torque less than 1 turn.
Copy and work. Torque broken on H1 quarter turn.
Copy quarter turn H1. Confirm tape line flush on H2.
And work. Tape line flush on H2.
Copy on H2, brake torque less than 1 turn.
Broken on H2, quarter turn.
Copy quarter turn on H2. You can stow the ratchet wrench back in the crew lock bag. Once you have your PGT, I'll have settings for you.
And any other work out of the crew lock bag, is it a good time to just completely close it up and get it nice and stowed on my BRT?
I believe that's correct. Let me check.
Doing Jessica, doing well. I'm on phase 1. I'm just passing the starboard Cedar cart. Hey.
And Jessica, we copy as well. And Christina, that's affirmed. We are complete with the crew lock bag.
Hey, could you please say again? We broke up a little bit there.
Copy that. Sorry. Yes, we are complete with the crew lock bag. You can button that up. And we also copied Jessica's location.
Cook confirming there that now that she's used the ratchet wrench to loosen those two bolts, she can put it away and get her toolbox kind of into a good storage order before she uses the pistol grip tool, which is similar to an electronic screwdriver that we'd use here on the ground, but sturdy enough for space. She'll use that to actually remove those bolts on the new battery charge discharge unit.
Crew lock bag is stowed.
Copy. Crew lock bag stowed on your BRT.
Affirm. Stephanie, I am ready for next step.
Yes, I will have PGT settings when you're ready.
Okay, and I'm ready for those settings.
Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Copy. And Stephanie, I have arrived at phase 1 at the MDM site. I'm going to work on a temp stow. And I'm assuming I can just temp stow this on phase 1 because we'll be picking it up later even if we don't bring it right now.
And Jessica, if there is a location starboard of the MDM, that's what we would suggest as the temp stow for the medium ORU bag. And things are working so well with efficiency and timing. Once you stow the medium ORU bag, we'll have you head back to P4 so that you can sync up with Christina.
Okay, so I won't do the MDM now?
And Jessica, that's correct. Based on the timing of the choreography, we will not have time for this task at this time.
Okay, copy that. Stephanie, I'm back with you. I have the PGT with settings Alpha 7, counter 2 set, and I am installed on the H1 scoop tape line flush.
Copy all. Good report. Release H1, about 7 turns.
Work.
Christina Koch getting started on actually removing those 2 bolts on the new battery charge discharge unit. And you also heard there Capcom Stephanie Wilson call up to Jessica Meir that because Koch is a little ahead of schedule on removing the new unit, they want Meir to go ahead and start heading out to the P4 work site where she will meet up with Koch, rather than doing that get-ahead task to disconnect an Ethernet cable.
All the way to 7 turns, status indicator is unlocked for H1. Same settings for H2. Thank you. Same settings for H2, Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Okay, those are set, and I'm installed on H2, tape line flush.
Copy tape line flush, release H2, about 19 turns.
Work. And Stephanie, the MDM, or the medium ORU bag, is stowed just starboard of the MDM at mile marker 7350 on the base 1 handrail.
Copy face 1 handrail, mile marker 7350.
That's correct. Okay, and I will start heading back to Christina.
Copy, thank you.
And I have released H2, 18 turns.
Copy, Christina, 18 turns on H2. Check status indicator unlock.
Status indicator is unlocked.
Copy, you can stow the PGT once your hands are free and then unlock the ret.
Christina Koch has both of those bolts released now, so she should be able to put away the pistol grip tool she used to unscrew them, and then be able to remove the...
Copy, also check your gauntlets in place. This is just prior to you having the box in your hand.
Remove that new battery charge discharge unit from where it's been stored here on the external logistics carrier.
You can remove the unit from soft dock.
We are removed from soft dock.
Copy. Once you are happy, you can work with Luca and give him a go to maneuver to the P4 setup position.
That's Stephanie. Jessica, before I work with Luca, did you need to give me word then? I don't think so. I'm just headed back to you, and it's C106 handrail that I'm looking for, Stephanie.
Jessica, the location on P4 is handrail 5106.
We're now 2 hours and 4 minutes into today's spacewalk, and everything's moving quickly, going well for the 2 spacewalkers. In fact, Christina Koch's a little ahead of schedule, so Jessica Meir is skipping a get-ahead task so that she can sync up with Koch, where they will meet up on the P4 truss segment for the
manual maneuver to a back off.
movement from there with the new battery charge discharge unit to its ultimate home on P6.
Yeah, my gauntlets are in place.
And we know that many people are still watching, and we're getting still lots of questions and well wishes from people at home and in schools. And we've got a few more here to share. This one from Andrew Kilgore, saying that one of the favorite pastimes for him and his daughters to watch the space station fly over, and that his daughter finds it inspiring not only to see it flying over, but that there are women up there on the space station performing a spacewalk today. We also have one from John Beatty showing a go girls go sign that his daughters have made. And finally, this one from Isabel showing her 4.5-year-old daughter in her own flight suit there. Thanks so much for all the well wishes that everybody is sending in. Keep sending them in, and also keep sending in your questions using the hashtag AskNASA. We'll keep answering those throughout today's spacewalk.
The next is going to be a JOCAS, setting it up.
Copy. Well, I guess we'll call that GCA complete for the manual maneuver.
And copy, and setting it up for the JOCAS, it will be from this position.
Copy. Nice little motion.
We are in position hold, Christina, so you shouldn't feel any motion.
Okay, copy that. I think it was just the momentum of the bow. If you have time to look, there's a beautiful sunrise developing. Yeah, I'm looking at it. I am at 5106 right now. Oh, so I'm in position, watching the sunset. Place to be.
We copy, Jessica.
Jessica Meir reporting that she is in place at the P4 truss where Christina will be moving with the new battery charge discharge unit. And as she mentioned, the space station will be coming into the daylight portion of this orbit in just a couple of minutes. She'll be able to watch the sunrise over the South Pacific Ocean.
sunrise in 3 minutes.
Copy, Stephanie.
When things are quiet, we'll take a couple more Ask NASA questions. This one is coming from Mrs. Landry's 5th grade science class. And they're asking, since the space station is solar powered, what happens to the energy when you're on the dark side of the Earth? And the answer to that is one of the things that the battery charge discharge unit takes care of. It makes sure that while the solar arrays are getting full sunlight, it actually generates more power than the space station needs. So it stores that extra power and then makes sure that the power levels stay steady going from the solar arrays to the space station's system when it moves into the dark periods of the orbit around the Earth, so that just because they move into the dark, they don't have to turn off any of the science experiments. Getting this battery charge discharge unit back in order will help ensure that this power string on the space station can generate its full 12 to 15 kilowatts for the space station. Right now, it's with one of the 3 battery charge discharge unit sets down, they're getting about 4 or 5 kilowatts less than they like to see on that string. Again, in all, there's about 24 of these battery charge discharge units on the space station. This is the second one that they've replaced.
Christina, Jessica, just a heads up, we may experience Radicom for the next 5 minutes.
Copy that. Thanks for the heads up. I've got a good view of you, Christina. I'm basically just port, and of course still aft of you. Okay. I'm assuming that this maneuver is going to bring you, okay, yeah, I see it, it's still bringing you port. Okay, copy. And if you can see where my green hook is just inboard of where I will end up. Yep, I can see your green hook. Perfect. It's 2 handrails away from me. So you're in just the right spot. Good call.
Hey, Christina, we're ready for motion. This is going to be a 2.5-minute jawcast.
Copy. I'm ready for the 2.5-minute jawcast.
Starting motion.
Copy.
While Christina Koch begins her ride on the robotic arm over to the P4 truss segment, we're going to take a second to acknowledge that not only are we celebrating this historic first with 2 women performing a spacewalk at the International Space Station today, but we're also celebrating the many firsts that have come before it, and we're going to show you next one from astronaut Shannon Lucid. Having just seen that video, it's also a good time to mark that today is also the 30th anniversary of the launch of Space Shuttle Atlantis on the STS-34 mission. And Shannon Lucid was on board that space shuttle as it went to send the Galileo probe to Jupiter. Also on board was astronaut Ellen Baker.
Kind of be ready for your translation so that when we pop it in, we're you can just head out and we'll know that, fins are out, you've got H1, all that. Yeah, so I think I'm going to be in either this or this orientation. Okay. So the way I have my BRT right now. Yep.
Great view here of both Christina Koch on the end of the robotic arm with the red stripes on the legs of her spacesuit, and just visible below her, Jessica Meir waiting at the P4 truss segment.
It's probably good because your BRT stays inboard, and so I can separate it. And I don't see any reason that we can't just carry that all the way outboard along the handrails. Okay? When we get to the PVR, we may have to pivot a little bit, but I think it'll be fine. Hey, copy.
And Christina, you're at position hold. From this position, we can take a GCA for the handoff or whatever you tell me.
See that, and we had discussed Jessica would take this GCA, so Jessica, I'll let you take over. Okay, let's just think about how we're going to do this right now. Okay. So you have H2 in your hand, right? I have, that's correct, I'm ready to H2, yes. And we haven't started, we'll say we haven't started GCA yet, so let's ask Stephanie. Stephanie, do we have it correct that I'll be handing H2 and that will be going into Jessica's BRT?
Checking. Christina and Jessica, either way will work.
Okay. I think that the one advantage of me handing you H1 is that you can do the rep swap. Not a huge deal either way. Right, and then we also need to think about fins being back. So when I hand it to you, I could pivot it like this, and then you could complete pivot to keep the fins away.
Christina, FYI. You structure it where we are now.
Okay, copy that. Let's hold off just for a moment, but I think I like your idea of getting into that position before we make all our final plans. Yeah, I think we are going to need closer, and I'm also going to watch. I'm going to try to with a little spare lead to my safety tether here because I don't want that to end up in the fins. That's what I was thinking as well. So with your orientation, Jessica, I think this handoff position might be the best, where I actually have the fins facing forward. Okay, I've got a spare lead right now, so that my safety tether's out of your way. It's the spare lead right in front of me. I like how you have the fins right there. Yep. Okay. I wonder if we can actually get it directly on my BRT. That's what I'm hoping. Do you think a half meter, like Lucas said, will be too much in? Or should we go ahead and take that and then evaluate from that published? I think we should come in maybe 0.25 meters instead, and then we might need to come a little bit closer to me. Okay, copy. Yeah, Luca, let's take half of that distance that you said for published.
Copy. I'll put that in work and I'll let you know when I'm starting motion.
Okay, copy. And I can get your fair lead. Hold off on for now. It's just in front of me, so it should be fine. Copy.
Starting motion towards the station.
Copy. Ready. Good motion.
Copy. Good motion. And that's your 25.
Okay, Luca, you can stop there. Okay, Christina, I probably can just come back to you.
Brakes are coming on.
Copy, brakes are coming on.
Brakes are on.
Copy, brakes on. Jessica, yep, I agree. At the same time, though, you know, if you've got a better handrail config in one spot, we do have the use case capability, so you can evaluate that. But it looks like 5105 is also going to work. So if I get a little bit closer, do you think you can get the BRT on there? I think I could. I might actually say that a little more inward would help me achieve that. Maybe your BRT towards me a little bit. I think by that I mean maybe even a little more GCA inboard. Okay, stand by. Copy. Take your time. I'm in a good spot. We could come. I know it's really hard to look out from structure. And I actually have clearances now with the orientation I'm holding it in, if you'd like to GCA in, because I know it's very hard to look out. Okay, yeah, I do have a good view, so I'll back you up, but you can go for it. Perfect. Okay, Luca, if you're still there, we are going to do a little bit of a just additional GCA.
Absolutely, I'm here for you guys.
All right. Turns out maybe another 20 would be best, so we'll take 20 more centimeters in the same direction we are going towards structure.
The brakes are coming off.
Copy.
Spacewalkers Christina Koch and Jessica Meir, they're negotiating how they'll do a swap here. Christina Koch has the new battery discharge unit in her hands, and it's moving towards the P4 truss segment where Jessica Meir is waiting. They'll go together from P4 to P6.
The brakes are on.
That is where the failed battery discharge unit is waiting to be removed, and they can swap it for this new one.
Handoff. And Stephanie, we're back with you.
Copy, Christina and Jessica. Nice work. So as you discussed, you would be performing a ret swap and placing the unit on Jessica's BRT.
Copy. And I'm BRT now, and then I'll have her ret. So when you're ready, Jessica, want me to move it up? I think. Paddle's out. Paddle's not out. No, we're not on. I see that. I can get it closer to you. Now, would it be helpful to go ahead and do the ret swap now? Sure, you can do that. Bye. Okay, I've got my red on it, Stephanie, on the H2 scoop. Are we going to be able to get that BRT on there still? Yep.
Copy, Jessica. You have a ret on the H2 scoop, and you're working the BRT.
And I see my paddle out. The one on my side is out. I see mine out as well. We've got a good BRT. Okay, stand by. I'll remove my ret. Okay, and pull the box away from structure a little bit. Okay, the back. It's right up against structure right now. Oh, I see that on that corner? Yep. Okay. I have removed my ret, so now we are go to put it in a config on your BRT that you're comfortable with. Okay, yeah, we need to tighten everything up here. Okay, and I am still in control of it, so I can send it in a certain direction. Okay, if we can just maintain the position right now. Okay, tightening this joint. Let me tighten. Okay. With this, I can get it back a little bit. Now, we don't really want it, I was thinking about like this so that it's a little bit behind me. Okay. And if you're ready, I'll go ahead and remove my hands from my scoop, and then you can put it in the direction that you'd like. Okay, I'm ready. Okay? Have control of the unit. And we'll get perfect. I like that spin direction. That's great. I'm keeping. Okay. Show it in good config and in a perfect orientation for us to shepherd it outboard. So I think we are ready for kind of our next series of steps, Stephanie.
Copy, Christina?
We have Jessica holding. Oh.
Yes, so next week.
I've got all my joints. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Yes, next is SSRMS egress. So, Christina, if you need a GCA for that, you can work with Luca.
Okay, copy. And before we start that, if I'm just going to come straight in, which would be most efficient, Jessica, I would have you move outboard about 2 feet. Are you able to do that? Yep, I can do that, but just give me a minute to get my tethers here. Copy. And I can also run cleanup for you when I pass by if there's anything that you can't reach.
Continuing that careful negotiation of handing off the new battery charge discharge unit between Christina Koch and Jessica Meir. Koch has carried it over from the external logistics carrier where it had been stored, and she is going to hand it off to Jessica Meir so that she can then get out of the foot restraint on the end of the robotic arm and into place to carry that new unit over to the P6 truss where the old one is waiting to be replaced.
Data published.
Brakes are coming out.
Copy.
Starting motion towards that stock structure.
Copy.
Copy the motion, and I'm going another 50 centimeters. You can stop me anytime.
Copy. And we'll take ramp out there. That's a good position.
The ramping out. Okay, stop. Is GCA complete?
Copy. Yep. GCA complete.
GCA complete. The brakes are coming on.
Copy.
And the brakes are on.
Copy.
You'll go for 18.5 egress.
Copy all. Jessica and Stephanie, the first thing I'm going to do is fairly Jessica's tether on 5104.
Christina, we copy?
And I understand I am go for egress.
Christina, this is Luca, and yes, you are go for 18.5 egress.
And work. Christina, I've got all the joints tight on my BRT, so it's definitely in a stable position, but with the mass of it, it is certainly still going to move around. So I think what we might need to do is have you close enough where you can reach that back scoop as necessary, or at least like a corner of the box. Copy that. We'll do kind of like a hybrid birding. Yeah. Because even with all of the joints tight, you know, when I move, it's still got a little bit of play in there. I see that. Like we were talking about with the BRT the other day. Yep. I have egress to APFR.
Copy, Christina. Next is the safety tether swap off of the arm.
Okay, and I'll need the GCA to the next position for that.
Copy, and I'm ready for, I do have a published position if you want me to fly to that.
I would. That sounds great.
We're coming off.
Copy, and I can report ingress A is stowed. You're in a good config formation.
Copy, and I can see it. Thank you. And Christina, for your situation awareness, is going to be 1.5 meters towards the structure.
Copy that.
Starting motion.
Good motion.
Copy, good motion. And Christina, can you confirm that you're clear of the arm?
I am clear of the arm.
Oh, thank you.
And Luke, I do see that the APFR is quite close still to the box. Do you guys have a view of that? No, I have clearance on that. It's okay. A good 2 feet. Okay, thanks for your work.
And I'm ramping out.
Copy. That is a good position.
Copy, confirm that this is a final position for the GCA.
Confirmed.
And the brakes are coming on, GCA complete.
Copy, GCA complete, and brakes will be on.
The brakes are on, you'll go for APFR removal.
Copy. Right, Stephanie, the brakes are on, so I am ready for steps.
Copy. For the safety tether swap, ret to your green reel, then remove your green hook from P4 handrail. I believe you have it at 5103, and then stow the green hook on your red reel.
Copy. Green hook is on the red reel.
Copy. Check green hook closed and locked, and release the red.
Green hook is closed and locked. Look it on the red.
Copy.
It is removed.
Copy. Retrieve yellow hook from SSRMS lee forward tether point. Stow it on your green reel.
Copy.
As you can see from this view, Christina Koch has gotten out of her foot restraint on the robotic arm and has been working on getting all of her safety tethers into a good configuration so that she can begin working here on the port side of the station's truss. She and Jessica Meir will be moving that new battery charge discharge unit into place on the P6 truss. They're currently on the P4 segment of the truss, which is a little closer to the center. So that P6 work site is a little further away than the space station's robotic arm can reach. So Meir and Koch will be carrying the new unit the rest of the way by hand rather than getting that ride on the robotic arm that they got for this far.
It's on the red reel, I believe, but it goes on the green reel. Is that correct? And I may have misheard you.
Yes, the yellow hook is stowed on the green reel.
Copy.
When
hook is on the green reel, gate closed, slider left, and the green reel is in unlock. Red reel is also in unlock.
Copy, Christina. That's a good config. Jessica, nice job being quiescent. And I'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you both.
Am I as good as Drew at being quiescent?
You are better, and understand you're channeling your inner Drew.
My gloves have no change, and my hap is dry for EV2.
Copy, EV2.
Jessica Meir has been standing by holding that new battery charge discharge unit that Christina Koch handed off to her. This is a view from her helmet camera.
Copy, gloves and hap for EV1. Check gauntlets in place for you both.
Let's are in place. And for EV2.
Copy. PET is about 2 hours, 35 minutes. Limiting consumable 7 hours, 40 minutes for EV1 and EV2 battery. And we are 20 seconds from a 20-second handover.
Copy that. And Stephanie, I wanted to be sure we're on the same page. The APFR is still an SSRMS with.
We concur. That's next.
Copy.
As Cook was verifying there, her next step is going to be to take the foot restraint she used for the ride on the robotic arm, remove it so that it can be used elsewhere as they make their way with the new battery charge discharge unit towards P6.
I think we're in our handover already.
Christina, Jessica, back with you after the handover. And Christina, you're correct. Next is APFR removal. If you need, you can work with Luca for GCA.
Okay, I don't think we'll need any GCA. And Jessica, just to mention it to you, I see that you have the ORU oriented now station made or so away from the truss. That's good because I think when the APFR comes out, it could, move in your direction a little bit. So be aware of that. Copy that. I'll remain as I am. And Stephanie, confirm that the destination for this APFR is with 10.
That's affirmed with 10. Any clocking?
Copy. Solving with 10. Good pull in twist test. Black on black. Clock.
Copy, black on black and good pull twist test. Christina, when you are happy, when both you and Jessica are clear and tethers and tools are clear, you can give Luca a go to maneuver to EVA Park.
Copy. Let me give it a once over. Great, Jessica. I'm showing tethers and tools are clear of the lee. And Luca, with that, I am also clear, and you have a go to maneuver.
Christina, I copy, and the brakes are coming off.
Copy. Christina, if you can see the my tether is about to slide under that ATFR pedal. We'll keep an eye on that. I wanted to keep it outside of the ATFR. There we go. We'll put it under the talking ring. Copy. And I'm showing the lead fairly close. Luca, have you started motion?
Negative, Christina. We're going to wait until you are out of the way, and then we'll start motion.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought we were waiting. I thought it was the other way around. So I will go ahead and start translation outboard. Hi, Jessica. I am to the ORU, so I would be ready for you to start, or for both of us to just kind of start slowly making our way. Okay. It looks like it's in a great config. Okay, copy that. I'm going to just move slowly, and and if you are close enough to get to that back end, I've got a little plane change coming around the corner there. Okay, copy. And if at any time we want to stop, put down the local or any orientation or anything, that's fair game. Okay, copy that. I think you've probably got a better view of the box than I do, so I'll have you call it. Okay.
Koch and Meir now both on their way from that P4 site where Koch got off the robotic arm to the P6 site where the old battery charge discharge unit is waiting to be replaced. While they make their way, we have a few more Ask NASA questions. This one from a 7th grade class in London asking how long the astronauts have been on the spacewalk at this point, and they had just made it to 2 hours and 43 minutes so far. The entire spacewalk's planned to last about 5.5 hours, though that is a little bit fluid based on how much they get done.
Jessica, this is Drew and Luca. It was a pleasure working with you guys. We are ready to start the motion, and after that we will go quiescent.
Copy that, Luca. It was awesome working with you on the arm. Thanks, Luca. Thanks, Drew.
See you guys in a couple hours.
Sounds good.
Luca Parmitano wrapping up his activity for the day. He's been driving the robotic arm with Christina Koch on the end of it, but now that they are safely on the port section of the space station's truss, they are going to be making their way by hand to their main work site for the day, and his job is done.
Copy. Mine's in work.
Copy, Jessica.
For our next Ask NASA question, we have a note from 6th graders in Knoxville wanting to know how long Christina and Jessica have been at the International Space Station. Christina Koch is actually on her 217th day today, and it is the 23rd day in space for Jessica Meir.
You are correct. Thank you.
Meir just launched in September.
Stand by one. I'm just going to reorient this PCU around the right target. Okay.
And she'll be staying until the spring. Koch has had her mission extended. She will be staying almost a year, not quite, but she actually arrived at the space station in March and will be staying until February. Once she's done, she will break the record for the longest single space flight by a woman, currently held by Peggy Whitson. Whitson has 288 days on her longest space flight, and Koch will reach that point on December 28th.
Christina. And is the box going to be clear of this stowed radiator?
Affirmative.
Okay, I've reached the IEA. Okay, copy that.
Are you going to continue translating with your feet towards the radiator side like you are? It looks good. It looks like you can without any issues.
Okay, copy. Can you get a good view of the box right now? Stand by. Good view.
So it is down towards your left leg. It is away from structure and away from you, so it's in a good config. And you can just talk about how you're going to move around that corner.
Okay, I'm going to pull it up a little bit closer. I've got it now closer and wait, stand by.
Okay.
Okay, the box is coming up towards your head.
Yep. Okay, swing it towards me. Sounds good.
Can you get
I'll move more inboard.
Okay, I think it's in a better position now.
Okay. Yep, I agree.
Can you actually get a hand on that distal edge and pull it out of some structure a little bit?
Yep. Like that.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
So I'm right above the APFR now. I'm going to continue outboard.
Perfect.
Great view here of the two spacewalkers at the base of one of the space station's solar arrays with the new battery charge discharge unit between them.
Really well in the direction of your right hand, or your right arm if you were to extend it, so it's in a good spot.
My left arm? This arm?
Yep, sorry, your left arm.
Okay.
And as you move down, let me just double check it's not gonna. All right, so right now, front of it is just sort of under the boot plate of the APFR, so it kind of got into a good position there.
Okay.
I'm gonna wait till you're in your final location, and I'll watch it as you maneuver.
Yeah. So there's a handrail that's up here on this non-radiator face, but I think I don't see another handrail on this outboard edge.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
So there's this handrail where I can position. I think. Am I okay with the box if I swing up my arm up here now? Okay. So I can position myself. I'm going to have to go out to that other handrail, I think, because otherwise I'm just in the way of the box itself.
You mean the one that's on the, out port-facing side? And the box is still good, but it's actually not far from
DGA back there?
Yep, exactly.
Okay,
so
I'm going to
be aware.
So I can stay where I am right now.
I agree. I don't think that's a bad spot.
Okay.
If you want to BRT down, or at least the local, you're obviously not a BRT right now.
Don't get my BRT down, but I can get a local down.
Okay. While you're working on that, I'm going to work on getting the crew lock bag stowed at 5306.
All right. Gonna look at the box there. I think what you may want to do is, now that we're not translating anymore, Goose, is fold it back more. Able to. So that it's more around your backside rather than out. Out was good for the translation. Okay, how's that? Bye. And that's better, and I'll be able to put it in a good spot for when I ingress. Okay. I will hold them right where I am, okay? And the crew lock bag is going to be actually right on this handrail that your helmet's at, okay, where I am, so. Copy. Now, one thing to think about is my translation to the APSR, but I think with the scoop, the bumper, and the ingress aid, I'll be able to do that. Yep, and I can move further port, okay, whatever you need me to. Okay, got it. Out of your way now, because you can probably reach scoops and the APSR. Yep. Okay. Let me know if you need me to move in any direction. Okay, I will. I'll take a look in a sec after I get this crew lock back down. I see the bag. Hey, Stephanie, the crew lock bag is stowed on 5306. Jessica is in position on the port end of the IEA on the non-radiator side, and we're ready for next steps.
Copy. If you're happy with the access to the crew lock bag, then you can ingress the APFR and report the serial number of the failed unit.
Copy. Jessica, the nice thing about your location is you'll actually be able to get this to me if needed. Right now there is good access, but obviously it can move around quite a bit. Copy. I'm making my way to the APFR. Copy, and the box is just to your right. Okay, I see that. Before I ingress, I'll obviously adjust that, but for now, I'm going to try to get it back behind me a little bit more. Okay, it's out away from you now. Okay. Okay, I actually think it's in a good spot for my ingress, but I want to make sure that you will still have clearance to get it in port of me when we do the handoff. So maybe this is the time to put it down towards your leg, outboard. And then we'll kind of windshield wiper it back. And I can get hands on it and try and get it going in the right direction. Helpful? Yep. Right. Okay. And I do see good clearance to the BGA. But keep it tucked in as much as you can. Yep. Okay, copy. And I'm going to ingress. Is that helmet contact really good? Oh, no, we're still good. Yeah, I think you'll be pointing away from me enough. I'll get a good view of your feet. Great. Right foot's not completely locked in. You need to rotate a little bit. There you go. Right center. Bring the toe in a little bit more. Okay. You're going to have to come out because you're down in between it now. Your left foot. Sorry to see that.
View here from Jessica Meir's helmet camera. Up close look at the work site that she and Christina Koch are at on the P6 section of the truss.
Can't quite see your left foot. I can only see the back heel, and it looks like it's too far to the left. There you go. There you go. Got it. Stephanie has ingress, and I can see that the serial number is 011.
Copy 11 for the serial number. That's expected. And if you would, please press your WVS button.
Copy, Mark. Okay, I see green light. And as you can see, I'm right below your right hand. Yep, I see your helmet, and I'm going to go for the crew lock badge.
And we have good video. Thank you, Christina. Yes, and per procedure, we have you taking your BRT RET to the H1 scoop for Christina.
So we're going to give you this one first, right, before the crew lock badge, Christina? Going to put this one on your BRT first? I thought we were going to proceed with the method of me just taking the failed straight to my BRT. Okay, but let's check in with Stephanie on that to be sure.
Checking.
Yeah, actually that makes sense to me. Okay, so Stephanie, you had said BRT rat to H1 for me.
Checking. And Christina, we copied your last. We are checking about the plan, whether or not we need to swap the box in the BRTs.
Christina Koch's been working to get into place a foot restraint at this P6 work site where they'll be swapping out the battery charge discharge unit. She's now in place and just working through some tethering questions before they get started on removing the old battery charge discharge unit.
Christina, Jessica, so we are pre-positioning Christina's BRT ret on the box, but there is not a box swap for Christina to your BRT.
Okay, we copy and concur.
And BRT ret scoop location is your call, Christina.
Okay, copy. I have my BRT ret to H2, and it is locked out with Slack.
Copy BRT ret to H2, locked out with Slack, and as you mentioned, you can retrieve the ratchet wrench.
With everything carefully tethered to make sure it will have a no chance of floating away accidentally once it's removed. The spacewalkers are now going to be removing that old battery charge discharge unit from the P6 solar array and replacing it with the new one. To remove the old one, they've got 2 bolts that they'll first loosen with a ratchet wrench and then
I have the ratchet wrench.
Release with the pistol grip tool.
For H1, confirm tape line flush to the H1 scoop.
Copy, and I have it in loosen, and I'll see if Jessica is able to get to this. I think I can. Let me just move the box a bit. And actually, I have tape line flush, and I'm actually in a good position with the handle to try and break torque if you... Okay. Yep, go for it. All right. Okay, do I have that go?
Have a go to break torque on H1, less than 1 turn.
And just what I could take from you is downward pressure on the hand wheel if you got the hand. If you don't, I think I'm good, but it's just an extra precaution. But again, if not, no worries, because I know it's a lot deeper than the PGC would be. Okay, I got a hand. Okay, and stand by. Okay. First broken, quarter turn.
Copy. Copy quarter turn H1. Confirm tape line flush to H2. 30 seconds to a 20-second handover.
Copy, that's affirmative, and I have tape line flush on H2 with a wrench.
Copy break torque H2, less than 1 turn.
Broken on H2, quarter turn.
Copy quarter turn H2. Stow the ratchet wrench in the crew lock bag.
Both of those bolts now loosened as needed, and they'll put away the ratchet wrench in the tool bag that you can see here from Christina Koch's helmet camera view. Now moving into the handover that Stephanie Wilson mentioned. With that done, they will be able to then release the 2 bolts. They're calling them H1 and H2, and that should allow them to pick up that old battery charge discharge unit and put the new one in its place.
Jessica, Christina, we're back with you. I have PGT settings when you're ready.
Okay, copy that. And Jessica, we're so close that actually moving my swing arm out, I'm going from arm left to PVC out. Okay. That's good. That little movement you did help. Okay, I can also, my feet in the other direction, like opposite of yours, if that helps, like rotate a bit more. Would. How's that? Okay, I have the PGT and Stephanie ready for PGT settings.
PGT settings alpha 7, counter clockwise 2.
See, I have alpha 7, counter clockwise 2.
Good settings.
Hopefully the PGT did power off, so I'm going to A the cow.
Copy.
Okay, now I have Alpha 7 counter 2 set. Again.
Copy. Good settings. Confirm tape line flush to the H1 scoop.
In work. Line flush.
Copy. Release H1 about 7 turns.
In work.
Christina getting started releasing that first of 2 bolts. While she works on that, we'll take a question from Ask NASCA submitted on social media. This one coming from students at St. Helens School in Newberry, Ohio.
5 turns, but it started skipping at about 4.
They're asking whether...
Started skipping at 4, 5 turns total. Check status indicator unlock for H1.
They're asking whether the astronauts have time to enjoy the view of Earth. The astronauts have to concentrate pretty heavily on their task, but occasionally there is a chance to look down and see the Earth below. If they were doing so now, which they probably are not given what they're working on, they would be looking down at Ethiopia and Kenya. And they also, the students also asked if they would be seeing the U.S. They've actually will be
Release H2 about
flying over the western and central part of the U.S. on this next rotation around the Earth.
Okay, and I had a torque out after about 2 turns.
Copy. Torque out after 2 turns. We're discussing it.
I did see the bolts. Yep. Okay, and I did see jacking begin and the unlock indicator begin to move towards unlock.
Copy. And Christina, this is the case where we'd have you check a better body positioning, that you're lined up over the bolt and the PGT and the socket are centered relative to the scoop.
Okay, copy that. And work. I can confirm good body position. Centered, the socket is centered in the scoop.
Is the tape line still flush?
Yes, the tape line is flush.
Copy. We're ready for you to continue release.
Copy and work. Releasing.
Copy.
I've got 20 turns so far. The indicator is not quite to unlock. I'm pausing to see if you all would like me to continue.
Copy. You have 20 turns so far, and the status indicator is not yet in the unlock position. Checking.
I can see good movement on the box from each one side. Yep, and I can also report it did seem to be jacking well, and I just let up a little bit. I may have actually been applying too much pressure downward on the PGT.
Christina, we copy your report. We'd like you to continue releasing a few more turns.
Copy, in work. Jackie, yes, I do. Okay. Stephanie, I put 9 more turns on it. It didn't have a lot of resistance on the turns, and I see the status indicator is still in the same position, not quite all the way to unlock. The line is currently almost aligned with the outside of the white box on the indicator. It's about a centimeter away from the tick mark for the unlock position.
Copy checking.
That might be okay in tolerance.
And Christina, we copy your report. We would like you to stow the PGT and try to remove the battery from soft dock.
Copy, in work. All right, Goose, this is where I'm going to shoot inboard so that I can get to my swing arm out. Okay, I'm going to come. You want me to go outboard? If you're able. Oh, and now we're good. So okay. The current position is good.
Christina Koch having a little bit of trouble with one of the 2 bolts that's holding the old battery charge discharge unit in place. Not seeing the status indicator that would tell us that it is unlocked after she has released the bolt.
All right, excellent. Nice work.
But that call from Koch letting us know that the status indicator was wrong and they have been able to pull it out.
Copy, in work.
Issues like that shouldn't be terribly surprising since the battery charge discharge unit has been in space for 19 years. It was delivered in December 2000 on STS-97.
I think I'm going to bring it straight out. Okay, wait, stand by one. Okay. So your ingress aid, I think if you lean all the way back, you're going to tuck your ingress aid in. Let's see that? Even if I lean back, my ingress aid is still there. I think I can flip it out if I pitch it up. Okay? But let me get the ingress aid as far in as possible to allow that. And then I'll have you keep an eye on the fins and the swift. Okay.
Now that they are removing that old unit, Koch will be storing that on a tether that she's attached to, with Jessica Meir assisting her.
Clear, keep coming. Okay. Clear structure. Copy. Meanwhile, Stephanie, I've got a very good view of the receptacle of the BCDU that Christina just removed. I see that those fins on the receptacle side are all good. I can also see the vectors. There is no FOD. Can't quite see any EMI bands from this angle. But I think that's just a good thing. I think that means all these EMI bands, oh, actually I can see them now. Do see good EMI bands.
And Jessica, this is on the IAA side, is that correct?
Firm, that's on the IEA side.
And we copy. Thanks for the report.
Do you want to try to get a report of the fins on the removed BCDs before she puts it behind her, or maybe we can do that after?
I don't think that's a check, but let's see if they want it.
We can always get it after we install this one.
Jessica, Christina, we only need the report on the new unit, the backside of the new unit only.
Okay, copy. Copy that.
Looking at the fins in the IEA, I don't see any thawed or bent fins.
Yeah, I just reported all that side. I think we're good there.
Okay. We are ready for next steps.
Yeah, so with the old unit, Christina stowed on your BRT, and you're happy with that positioning, then receive the new unit from Jessica. And Christina, you will present it to Jessica for the inspection of the backside of the new box.
Okay, I copy that.
You can see it right now, Christina, before I take it off my BRT.
Yeah, let's stand by while and get my TPV adjusted, and then I will take a look at that. Okay. All right. Right now I've got your right side towards me.
Yeah, I think I'll have to get it off my BRT first.
Okay. All right, I am in a good config to receive it, so we can talk about in all right, and the orientation is to inboard.
Okay, so I think that's how I have it right now, right?
Yep, that's how you have it. That's perfect. So if you're able to keep the fins, what I want to make sure of is that the fins either face outboard or up while you hand it off to me. And then, so I wonder if my hand is just to your right. Are you able to put the fins outboard and then send me each two in the hand that is right here?
I think so.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I don't click. There we go. All right. So we'll do the BRT or a rep swap. You have your hands, since I have control of the battery, if you would like, feel free to do the rep swap. I wonder if you can even one from me and put it on the unit.
Okay, I might be able to get it.
Or we can just leave it ready to you, actually. I don't see why not. You're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
I agree.
Okay.
Let's get that out
So
of
your
the way.
BRT.
Put my BRT down.
Nice.
And I'm going to need to get out of your way. Do you have a good hand on it?
I do. I have it. I have control, and I'm going to present the bottom side of it to you. So I've got. Did you want to put your BRT down still? I'm in a
I
good
put it down, but I released it so I could get away. I was too close.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
All right. I'll try and face the characters towards you and move them out a little bit so you can see them better. Yeah. Okay. Yep, I've got a good view. Fins are all good. I can see no fault in the connectors. And I don't see pins on that side, but more sockets in no side. Okay, copy. And how are the EMI bands? The EMI bands, I think, are only on the receptacle side, right? Oh, okay. Copy that. Yep. And I saw them on the receptacle side. Okay, got it. Yep, that's what we talked about.
Jessica, Christina, we like
Stephanie, do those checks sound good to you?
Yes, we like those checks. Christina, you can soft dock the unit and lock out the RET leaving slack. And we are 1 minute from sunset.
All right. You will see some alignment marks. I can. I think you're good right now if you go straight down. Going straight. Going straight. That looks like a perfect alignment to me. Okay, I am soft docked.
Spacewalkers have begun installing that new battery charge discharge unit, getting into soft dock. To get it really installed, they will have basically the same two bolts that they unlatched on the old one. They'll be tightening those down on this new one to keep it in place.
And would you like your mini station defector back since you've got your BRT? Yep, thank you.
Copy, the unit is soft docked. And
Stephanie, it is soft docked, and I'm locking the red out with slack.
Copy. I'll have PGT settings next.
Nice work, Christina. Smooth. Nice job. And I don't know if you're able to see, but how about the unit on my BRT? It doesn't seem like there's any issues with it, but I figured I'd check in. Yeah, it is. It's position. Okay. Front of it is kind of up against your cliff, but it's right up next to it, so it's just in the solid config. Okay. Stephanie, ready for PTC settings.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Okay, and I have that set.
Confirm tape line flush to the H2 scoop.
Tape line flush.
Drive H2 16 to 17 turns.
And Goose, do you have eyes on? Oh, so be careful because your red is locked out. I see it. Yeah. I was moving it out of the way for you, but yeah. Okay. No, I'm good in a good position. Okay. So what I'll ask you for is from your angle, just to get two different angles on that, make sure the socket's perpendicular.
Another one of those periods when we moved out of range of the satellites that allow us to get video from the International Space Station. Should be getting it back in just a moment. Crew members right in the middle of the installation of that new battery charge discharge unit, the spare that was waiting on board for when it was needed. They are now 3 hours and 26 minutes into today's spacewalk, which is planned to last about 5.5 hours.
Back with you after handover.
Copy. And I just drove it. I'm going to give you 16 turns. Stand by for LED. We had a good green LED, but then as I was retrieving the PGT, I touched the trigger. It went to red, but it had been green. Jeff, you didn't happen to see the torque on there, did you? I did not. Okay. To get a torque count, I'd have to hit the bolt one more time. Would you guys like me to do that? I had a green LED, and then I just tapped the trigger when I was retrieving the PGC to read the screen.
And we copy. Christina, thanks for the offer. We would like that.
Okay, I'm going to hit the bolt one more time, and I can confirm the status indicator is in lock.
Copy.
Okay, table and flush. And I have 9.5 foot-pounds of torque, green LED. An additional turn.
Copy on H2, 9.5 torque, 16 turns, green light, status indicator lock. Same settings for H1,
Confirm.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
That's one of the bolts done on the new battery charge discharge unit, one to go, and then we can consider that installed. It will be a little while before we get a real indication that everything is good between it and the batteries, probably not until after the spacewalk is done for the day. That'll take a little while for the team here on the ground to verify.
And I have tape line flush, Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Copy. Drive H1, 4 to 5.5 turns.
Copy and mark. Each one is driven, 5 turns, 9.0 foot-pounds of torque, green LED, status indicator is in lock.
Copy on H1, 9 torque, 5 turns, green light, status indicator lock. You can unlock and remove Jessica's red.
Copy. You're the got your red. Great.
And with that second bolt now done, the new battery charge discharge unit is installed in the old one's place. It should be ready to start checking out, but as I mentioned, we don't expect to get solid confirmation during the spacewalk that it has fixed the problem we saw after last week's spacewalk to install the new batteries.
An inventory of the crew lock bag.
There's no reason to think that it won't work, but we won't get that confirmation during today's spacewalk.
What you can. It's easy in the APFR, so if you want me to do it, I'm glad to do that. Sure. Have you position outboard, and I'll get to it. Okay.
Now that they have gotten that task checked off, they are going to do a quick inventory of their tool bags before they begin on get started on the next task. Christina Koch is going to be carrying that old battery charge discharge unit back to the airlock with Jessica Meir's help.
Okay, crew lock bag inventory if you're ready, Stephanie.
We're ready.
Okay, on the external, I have one large, small, adjustable. Inside, I have one adjustable, that's on the integral ret. You have scoops. Another adjustable on the integral. I have a ratchet wrench to a 2-ret series. I have a socket caddy with a 9-inch hex on an internal integral. And I have a long duration tie-down tether. I believe that's it.
Copy checking.
Copy.
Jessica, inside the bag, verify the 6-inch wobble on the ratchet wrench.
6-inch wobble is installed on the ratchet wrench.
Copy that, and we were also expecting one adjustable to one ret inside the bag.
There were 2 instances of an adjustable to an integrated ret. Let me see if I've got one more on a regular ret. Stand by.
And Christina, after double checking, we're happy with the tool of the crew lock bag inventory.
Okay, copy that.
Once the bag is buttoned up, Jessica will retrieve that crew lock bag. Christina, you can egress the APFR, and then I'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you both.
Hey, Jessica, let you have it from here. I can help you by at least getting this hook off. Put that on so I could reach it. All right, the crew lock bag is now just on the handrail with that one large small. Okay, copy. And Stephanie, if it's all right with you, would you guys take the glove check now, just so that I'm not, it's just a good position being in the APFR?
Sure, we'll take it now.
Okay, copy. And for EV1 gloves, only minor changes. I just see maybe a little bit more RTV coming off in the areas that it already had on the index finger of the right hand. All else unchanged.
Copy.
Dry hat. Gauntlets are down.
Copy dry hat, gauntlets down for EV1.
And for EV2, I've got no change to the gloves. Dry hat and gauntlets are down.
Copy checks EV2. Thank you.
I'm going to hold on my egress for EV2's positioning.
Understand.
This will be a delicate egress with the BCDU.
With a good report on those periodic checks of the glove and the gloves that the spacewalkers are wearing, as well as the helmet absorption pad that just allows them to make sure there's no water collecting in their helmets. They are moving now on to the next steps, which for Christina Koch will be to get out of the foot restraint that she was working in to be able to get access to the battery charge discharge unit, and for Jessica Meir, that will be retrieving one of the tool bags that they've been using.
Okay, so to talk about the egress, Jessica, and also the translation back, I believe the next step we're doing is just heading back. We're kind of the opposite way of shepherding this BCDU. But since you'll be outboard of me for the translation home, I am planning to translate in the orientation that you're in right now so that it'll be facing you, okay? And so I'll be doing kind of a pirouette to get into that position. I would take a little more outboard from you, and then if you could maybe hold your safety tether closer to structure just so that I don't snag it on my way around. Okay, yep. Stand by. How's that? I think that's good. Are you able to, by any chance, like hold it almost like that so that it's kind of below this lip? Okay, yep. And maybe, I don't know if there's a handrail down there to put 4 minutes on. How about that? Okay, that's perfect. We won't get into any trouble when we're halfway through this. All right, I'm going to egress. Any requirements for the ingress aid at this time in terms of stowing it, because it's currently not stowed?
Christina, thanks for asking. There are no requirements at this time. We'll come back and get it.
Copy. Ready for me to release my tether back? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I've made the translation. Just be aware that the BCDU is, we're close, so it's close to you as well. Okay, I see it. All right. Stephanie, we're in formation. We're ready to form fly back.
And we copy. We like it. Friendly reminder to pick up your green hooks. Christina, yours is at 5309. Jessica's at 5312. And also, Jessica, as you translate to pass the CETA card, friendly reminder to press the inboard, the brake pedals 2 times.
Okay, copy that, and that's a starboard on both CETA cards, right?
That's affirm.
All right, Jessica, you ready? I'm ready. All right, heading inboard. I see the BCDU in a good position. Copy.
Spacewalkers, Christina Koch and Jessica Meir have gotten that old battery charge discharge unit removed and put a new one in its place, and now they're taking that old one back to the airlock. It's going to be returned to Earth on a SpaceX Dragon vehicle. That way, engineers here on the ground can take a close look at it and try and decide what caused its problems so that we can avoid them in the future. So they are both now making their way back to the Quest airlock with that old battery charge discharge unit, and then once they're done with that, they'll begin working on a few other tasks. Christina Koch's going to be tying down some
PET currently 3 hours 40 minutes, and limiting consumable remains EV1, EV2 battery 7 hours 40 minutes.
Okay, getting closer to the green hook, and we are going to be translating around this. We've been calling the target. So, eye on it.
Koch and Meir finished installing that new battery charge discharge unit at about 10:06 a.m. Central Time, and already the teams here on the ground are saying that they are seeing indications that it is healthy. It'll be several hours of checkouts before they can really confirm that it's working exactly as it's supposed to, but so far all indications are that the swap was good.
Okay, and I see my green hook. Am I in your way from retrieving it? I realize there may be. No, you're not. Okay. And I've got my green hook back on.
Copy.
Space station is currently in the dark portion of this orbit around the Earth, and while Meir and Koch make their way back to the airlock, and there's not a great deal to see, we're going to show some more of these well wishes that have been coming in. This one from Meredith, saying that for one on the women who launch on the ground at NASA's Kennedy Space Center, passionate about weather and space, heroes like Meir and Koch above know that you are making all of us women in STEM proud. Enjoy the moment and don't forget to have fun doing it. And this one came in from a fellow astronaut who's already been on the International Space Station, European Space Agency astronaut Tim Peake, wishing Christina and Jessica luck on their spacewalk today as well. And another one, this one from Alexis, wishing them Godspeed, saying so proud of them and that they are an inspiration to his daughter, who loves space and is happy to watch. Keep sending those in, and we will keep showing them as we're able to throughout today's broadcast.
And Christina and Jessica, we are 2 minutes to sunrise.
We're also continuing to get a lot of questions using the hashtag AskNASA. We have one now coming from Mrs. Kane, who is a group of fifth graders wanting to know why the crew members need to work on something outside the space station. They definitely do spend the bulk of their time inside working on maintenance inside, as well as, in particular, lots and lots of science experiments. But occasionally things on the outside might break or new things might need to be installed. So that is when we send the crew members outside to do a spacewalk. Anytime we can, we like to do these robotically because spacewalks are one of the most dangerous things that astronauts do. But sometimes that's just not possible, as was the case here. And so we sent them out today to repair and replace a battery charged discharge unit that failed following some new battery installations that were conducted last week. That is done now. Again, we got that installation of the new one complete at 10:06, and we are already seeing some good initial checkouts of it here on the ground.
There for a minute, my feather stopped reeling in. Okay, I'm holding. Do that. Maybe give it a tug. Yep, I'm gonna call.
We also have a question from Haley coming in asking when the astronauts are on the side of the Earth opposite of the sun, how are they able to see what they're doing? And that is the case right now, although they are just about to come back into sunlight. But as you can see here, when they do not have the sunlight to work by, they do have lights on their helmets that they're able to turn on as they need to give them light to work by. And we also have one from Mrs. Storm's class asking, are the spacesuits hot or cold, on behalf of her first graders? And the answer is they can be both. The space station and the spacewalkers outside go through periods when it is about 250 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 250 degrees, depending on whether or not they're in the sunlight or not. They get some help dealing with that. Obviously, that would be hard environment to work in. From their spacesuit, they get some protection, first of all, and then also they're wearing an undergarment, basically long johns that have plastic threading through them that allows the spacewalkers to turn water on and off to run through it to help them keep at a comfortable temperature.
Jessica, Christina, friendly reminder as you're approaching the MT, translate using handrails.
Seeing a live view from Jessica Meir's helmet camera as she and Christina Koch make their way back towards the airlock with the old failed battery charge discharge unit.
In the standard orientation, since we're coming up on the cedar cart. Okay. You're gonna go feet first. If you go, I think you're gonna need to go feet first. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, go feet first, and it'll say out on your left. Okay. Great.
You can see Meir's view here of Christina Koch. Koch has the old battery charge discharge unit that she is carrying with assistance from Meir as needed. Again, they're going to store it in the airlock so that it can be returned to the ground for a look by engineers.
Right now, the box is up against the cedar cart brakes. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe standard orientation, like head up. I usually, when I go in VMT, I actually always go feet first, coming this direction. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see what you mean with the box. You can get under. Okay. Box looks good? All right. Thank you. I'm at the MT.
Copy.
Jessica, everything was okay with the box? Guys, it's in a perfect position right now. Great. After your left in free space. My tether's caught up. My tether, like it's not reeling in again. We are close to the anchor hook. Give a little tug. All right, it's reeling in again. How about yours, Jessica? Yeah, mine just got caught on something here now, but I just got it free, so I'm gonna keep coming under the cedar cart. Okay, copy.
Copy.
Okay, Stephanie, I'm on the starboard side of this feeder cart, so I'm going to give the brake pedals a good push.
Copy.
Okay, 2 big pushes all the way to the base plate on the port feeder cart.
Copy.
And I see our anchor point.
Copy.
And I am starboard of the starboard feeder cart.
Copy, Christina.
Goose, I'm showing the ORU, and I'm now head first. When the ORU fins away from me and meter, and kind of out in free space, not interfering with anything. Okay, copy. That looks good to you? Stand by. Yes, it does. It looks good. Okay, copy. Thank you. And Stephanie, I got 2 good pushes on the starboard feeder cart as well. Brake.
Copy. Thanks, Jessica.
Stephanie, since we're on passing by the ORU bag, should I grab that to bring it back to the airlock now? I have the crew lock bag.
Checking.
Yeah, I have the crew lock bag already on my BRT. I guess we could do some kind of bundling, but we're going back out again. Can we get it later? Up to you guys.
Jessica, thanks for the offer. We'll pick it up when we come back out.
I'm over the lab port strut. I see that. And I'm going to pause Jessica to move it back away from structure. Okay. Car still looks good. Copy. Okay, continue. And then a reminder, I think you're going to keep going starboard, so I'll go down the Cedar Spur first. Okay, I agree. And Stephanie can check us on that, but I agree.
And we concur.
Copy. Okay, on to the Cedar Spur handrail where we head down, so I'm going to continue starboard. Copy? And I am clear. Okay, and I'm at the Cedar Spur now. I've got your tether in front of me.
Okay, here, let me continue starboard so that even my tether is out of your way.
Yeah, I think as soon as I go down, it's just going to be above me.
Great view here of the spacewalkers, Christina Koch and Jessica Meir, making their way starboard from the very end of the port side of the space station's truss, moving towards the airlock.
And maybe when I get to the toolbox, I'll turn around and I'll be able to have a good view of you.
Okay, perfect.
As you can see, it's not exactly a short path to get from that far end to the airlock, but they are just making their way now to the Quest airlock, where they'll be able to store that old battery charge discharge unit.
Hey, Christina, I'm at the toolbox. I'm going to get a tethered local down, and then I'll get turned around so I can see you.
Copy.
As you can see, Jessica Meir's made her way over to the Quest airlock. Christina Koch still hanging out behind her with the old battery charge discharge unit.
Fair lead on handrail 500. Seeing your safety tether right.
Okay. Call.
You guys all right with that on the ground?
Checking.
You meant for me on 500.
Yep. Okay.
Christina, Jessica, we like your plan.
Copy. Okay. That's in place. I didn't say, did it?
Right.
Yeah, it popped off when I came back over here.
Okay, no worries. I'm the same.
Got a lot of pull. Okay.
Just past the 4-hour mark on today's spacewalk, which is planned to last about 5.5 hours. Crew members have that old battery charge discharge unit removed, new one installed, and now they're getting this old one into the airlock so that it can be returned to the ground. With that, they'll have completed the main task of the spacewalk, getting that change out. But they do have a few get-aheads that they're going to be working on as time permits, including tying down some insulation that would allow the robotic arm to pick up a new battery charge discharge unit if they need another one. and also working to...
I think I'll have a good view of you kind of threading the needle here. Okay.
Working to get some stanchion for an external experiment reinforced a bit on the end of the Columbus module.
Where are you now, Christina? I'm still on Space 6. Standing by. Okay, I think I'm ready for you. Okay, copy that. Sorry, I thought you were already coming. No worries, I'm on my way. Just okay. Yeah, so right now I've got that fairly on 0500, and then I'm on the starboard toolbox. You should be able to slip down in between, and I can keep an eye on the box. Great.
With Jessica Meir in place at the airlock and ready to help, Christina Koch's now beginning to make her way off of the station's truss and over to the airlock.
All right, so this is already, I may take your words on clearance to ESP2 or use. Okay. I see it's in front of me, so I'm going to pause here at the bend. See, I'm going to have to reorient so I can see you. All right, I got my clearance, so I'm going to continue on the CSPR. And instead of having it folded back towards me, I kind of have it folded straight out so that it'll just naturally, hopefully, be in there, like you said. I see you, and I've got a good view now of VSP2. Okay. You're clear. Copy. I'm going to try to hold my tether out of the way here. Okay. And then I think if you turn the box, that'll work now. You're good. You're clear. Copy. Continuing. Okay, and pause there, and you might need to push the box down because it's going to be, right now it's in between the toolbox and ESP2. Copy. Didn't work.
Getting a good view of why it's difficult to maneuver these large pieces of equipment in microgravity, even though they don't weigh anything.
Put a hand on it. How's it looking now? It's good right now if you go straight down. Okay.
On Earth, the old battery charge discharge unit would weigh about 235 pounds. That's not a problem in space, of course, but it is still bulky and spacewalkers have to be careful not to bang it against any of the sensitive equipment. They have to be moved slowly and carefully from one place to another.
Might just want to keep going down the wagon wheel because, oh, okay, the box is coming up now. Okay. It's, maybe I can push it down. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. With your, yeah, there you go. You can get it down below you, otherwise it's going to block your access to the airlock toolbox handrail. Okay. Watch that whiff. Yep. There you go. Now if you can push it straight down, it'll be clear. All right. Awesome. I see that. What are we passing over right now, Stephanie?
Christina, Jessica, we're passing over Southern California.
Oh, nice. Nice. My old home. Hello, everybody in San Diego. Yes, indeed. Hello. Beautiful, that coastline. All right, I'm on the lower part of the wagon wheel. Moving in towards the airlock. Okay, I'll start coming down then as well. I'm kind of taking the long road around. That'll be perfect. Oh, wow, the Baja Peninsula. My favorite things to look at. Nice. Wow. Okay. Wow. That is amazing. Wonder if we can see scripts from here. I bet we're looking at it. Yep. Hey, Hannah, I'm right behind you. All right. And
Christina, when you're in a good position, you can open the thermal cover.
copy. Thermal cover coming open. And I'm right here on the forward side. All right.
Copy. For the orientation of the stowage of the unit in the airlock, doghouse zenith, fins facing the aft wall, and the box will be located in the port aft corner of the crew lock. So with that, you can work together to stow the box in the airlock.
Okay, copy that. And Stephanie, can you remind us, is the crew lock bag going in the airlock at this time too?
It is as well.
Okay, thanks. All right, Christina, what do you think? I am thinking with where I am and where the box is, I am thinking if I stay aft and orient the RU towards you and you're sort of in the hatchway or just a little bit snugged up from your forward location, then you could be the one to actually do the ret work and sort of getting it into the crew lock. Since it's on my BRT, I feel like if I pop up in there, I'm going to be blocking access. Okay. Then do you think I should go in there and get the crew lock bag off me first? And I can also pull out the reps that we need. Yeah, I think that would be a good plan. Okay.
We like your plan.
Copy. Hello, United States.
30 seconds to a 20-second handover.
Copy. Okay, I'm going to pop up under here if you want to move a little bit more aft. Okay.
We're in another one of those short handovers where we don't have a video downlink from the station, but actually it is coming back right now. As soon as it locks up, we should be seeing them again. They are both at the Quest airlock getting that old battery charge discharge unit installed.
Okay, Christina, the crew lock bag, and Christina and Stephanie, the crew lock bag is stowed in the airlock. I'm going to grab the rep for the BCDU.
Copy.
Jessica Meir is inside the Quest airlock right now, and you can also see Christina Koch just behind that soft cover for the airlock, waiting to hand off the old battery charge discharge unit or store it inside the airlock.
H2 is kind of clobbered with my BRT and the other RET. You can either pop it off my RET or with my BRT, but then we need to maintain control of it, or try to reach the ORU tether point. Can you just turn around? If you can just roll so that, turn around so that you're holding on with your left hand. Yep. See. All right, now I wonder, I'm not going to be able to reach it from here, but I wonder if you can on the tether point. If you want, I can get it off your BRT first. Well, once it's off the BRT, one of us is always going to have to have positive control, so yeah, probably we're in a position for that. How about now? You could probably put it on there now if you want to hand me the RET. Okay, I've got it. Airlock. Got it? Good. Okay. Set it to the airlock. Okay, well done. All right. So maybe what we can do is get into a position where we can get it kind of pointed up into the airlock before you take it off your BRT. Yep. And then it'll be just nice gentle push up. I'm thinking. Okay, I'm just going to try to get out of your way then, unless you want me to hand on it. Right now, I'm behind your play. Okay, I see that. Right, we're into here. Nice. It's directly below the airlock. I move out of the way. Yep, I see it. Let me pull this RET down. Okay, so the RET is kind of on the back of the box right now. Yep, I see that. Can you get up now? Yeah, maybe we can spin it so that side goes in. You know what? I think, how about this? If you grab that scoop right there and then you maintain positive control, I can let go of this BRT, and I think it will separate itself in. So once I let go of the BRT, then we can each just maintain control of it as it separates in. Okay? Depending on who has the reach. Concur. Let me just get my end effector down here. Okay, perfect. Okay. I've got control of it. Okay, I'm releasing it from my BRT. You have control of the ORU? I have control. Careful on that outside edge with your helmet. Okay, copy. I'm releasing my BRT rep. Okay, copy. Okay, I can contain, I guess we should have your end going in first since that's the red end. So I have control. Okay, you've got control. Okay. I'm going to just slide it up in. Perfect. Nice. I'm going to follow it up in there. Sure. Follow it up in and get it parked where it needs to be. Now that it's in the airlock, I think I'm okay to release it. It's just going to shepherd in gently. I agree. Yep, it's on the RET. that, Stephanie. Christina's heading into show that BCDU. I've already showed the crew lock bag. You want me to here in case you need a hand? I'm assuming it's going to be pretty straightforward now. You want me to head out?
Give us, double check your safer handles down.
Okay, copy. I think both my handles are down, Stephanie.
Copy. Thanks for that double check since you ingress the airlock. I'll also take a glove inspection and a half check.
Okay, copy. Gloves look good, no changes, and my half is dry.
Copy your report, and Jessica, we would like you to hang out here at the airlock.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, and I rearranged the large small rep that the BCBU was on because it was routed around my SCU. It's now in a good config. Fins are facing station aft, and it is on the aft port side of the airlock.
And we copy. That is a good config. You can egress the airlock, and then after that, double check your safer handles down, and I'll take a glove and half check.
Copy that. And just obviously, we don't have it bungeed, so when you come back, we'll just return it to its intended spot. Okay, copy. As we talked about. All right, let's make sure tethers are in a good config after all that. Okay, yeah, I'm on the forward side, and I can see that my tether's clear. Okay, I see mine's going around that little spot on the ELC, but that's going to be an easy one to pop off. And I can see your right safer handles down. If you rotate a little bit, I can see your left. You could double check mine. I think I could feel them, but yep, yours are both down. Okay, and also see your right one. Down. Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to reconfigure for one moment to clean up my BRT after having the BCBU on it.
Copy.
You want us to go ahead and close the thermal cover?
That's affirm.
Okay. Thermal cover's closed.
Copy, cover closed. Christina, Jessica, if you would hold at the airlock. Christina, I'll get the glove and hap check from you in a bit.
Not a bad view.
Christina, Jessica, we are back with normal communications. Christina, I will take a glove and hep check from you.
Copy that. 3Z1. Change to the glove. And hap is dry.
Copy your checks, Christina. PET is now 4 hours, almost 30 minutes, and limiting consumable remains 7 hours, 40 minutes for EV1 battery.
Copy.
With that, Jessica and Christina, we will have you continue on to perform the tie down on the BCDU. We'll have you translate to ELC1.
Copy. Okay, Jessica, it looks like I'm heading out, so I'll move further starboard for you. Copy. Thanks, and all your tethers look great. Okay, copy. I'm going to take the wagon wheel route so that I can pull my tether out this ELC food minute around. Okay, copy. So it keeps me a little more decent places from yours.
And Jessica, Christina, for this, we'll also send Jessica to start the P6 cleanup. We would like Jessica to lead the translation.
Copy that. Would you mind if we undid the Cedar Spur directionality and the fair leads by, I'm already at the Cedar Spur base. I could move to the Cedar Spur top and then move a little bit starboard and she could head outboard.
We like your plan.
Copy. Good to me. You ready for me to start heading up? Okay. I'm clear of the wagon wheel area.
Whose? Spacewalkers Christina, Koch, and Jessica Meir now making their way away from the airlock to get started on some get-ahead tasks now that they've got that old battery charge discharge unit safely stowed inside the Quest airlock. The plan is for Christina Koch to go off and tie down some insulation similar to what she removed on the new battery charge discharge unit on an additional spare unit so that it could be picked up by a robotic arm in the future if needed. Meanwhile, Jessica Meir is going to go back to the P6 work site that they were at and do a little bit of cleanup over there. She'll remove the handles that they installed on the new battery charge discharge unit and reinstall them on the nickel hydrogen batteries that they were originally on so that they're ready for their change out when we're able to perform that spacewalk, and also pick up the foot restraint that Christina Koch used at that site.
Stephanie, we are both headed port.
Copy for Jessica. You'll place your green hook on P6 long spacer handrail 5312 and check your gauntlets in place prior to crossing the Sarge.
Copy.
We'll take advantage of this quiet moment while the spacewalkers are making their way to their new work sites to answer a few more of the Ask NASA questions that are coming in. We've got one from a 6th and 7th grade class in Orange, New Jersey, wanting to know how astronauts practice using the tools. And we talked a little bit earlier about how they practice spacewalk in general. That all kind of applies for specifically using the tools, although they get some just regular ground practice as well. But they will use those underwater. Then we have a virtual reality lab that they are able to do some practice in. And we have what we call Argos, which basically suspends them and is able to use pulley systems to make them feel as though they are weightless, and then they can try out using the tools that they use on spacewalks and see how being weightless affects their ability to use it. So for instance, if they're using the pistol grip tool, which is like a cordless drill, they would be able to tell that if you're not anchored, you will spin instead of the drill. So that's the sort of thing that they do want to get some experience on before they are actually in space and doing it for real. And then we also have a question from Mr. Armstrong's Cosmic Journey class, asking how long the new battery discharge unit, charge discharge unit, will last. That's a good question. There's not a set time, but the one that they just replaced lasts for about 19 years. It was installed in 2000 on STS-97. So that is expected to have a good, long life. Doubtful that we would even need to replace it again unless something happens.
And Stephanie, just a report here. I'm over at the at handrail 5312, where I'm going to drop my green hook, and the target, the targets that we were talking about before, the white target with the black. I can actually see the paint flaking off of that, the white paint off of that target. Just starboard of 5312.
We copy, Jessica. Thanks for the report.
And I'm working on my green hook.
Copy, green hook and work.
And Stephanie, I have arrived at the spare BCDU stowage location on ELC-1.
Copy. For the skirt tie down, you'll route a long wire tie through 4 MLI flap tether points, and secure it to the fram. You'll find those on the forward side, and then their zenith side flaps should be 4 of them, and the nadir side flaps.
Okay, copy. I see them. Stephanie, my green hook's in place on 5312.
Copy, Jessica. Continue translation to the 2B side and retrieve the scoops that are stowed on that charge-discharge unit and stow them on your mini workstation.
This is Mission Control Houston. The spacewalkers are continuing to move on to those next tasks now that they've got the main task of the spacewalk done, the switch out of the battery charged discharge unit. And we do also want to announce that as a special event to honor the milestone of the first spacewalk to include 2 women, we are going to be expecting a call from the White House at approximately 11:27 a.m. Central Time. We expect President Donald Trump to take part in that from the White House. Again, we are aiming for 11:27 a.m. Central Time for that call from the White House.
Stephanie, I'm starting to route a long wire tie through the 4 Vader MLI first loop.
Copy, Christina.
Stephanie, I have those and confirm I'm wire tying them to the Fram vertical handrail, the Nader one.
That's affirmative.
And that is complete for the Nader.
Copy, wire tie complete for the Nader.
And Stephanie, question for you. This APFR, I'm assuming the ingress aid is going to end up being collapsed anyway. I was just going to go ahead and do that now so it's out of my way a little bit more if that's going to be the final orientation of it.
Checking, Christina, you have a question about the ingress aid? Or, sorry, Jessica, on the ingress aid?
Yeah, so I know this is the APFR that I'm going to be relocating, and so I'm just wondering, can I collapse the ingress aid? So I was just going to make it lower profile now instead of later, assuming that's what the final config is going to be.
Jessica, if you'd like to make it low profile, now is a good time.
Okay, sounds good.
Crew members continuing through their work as we stand by for what we expect to be a call from the White House coming up at approximately 11:27 a.m. Central Time, about 3 minutes or so from now. We'll be standing by. The crew will be talking to President Donald Trump as well as some others from the White House. Again, we're looking for that to start around 11:27 a.m. Central Time. hopefully 2 minutes before.
Stephanie, I've got both scoops, so I will bring those over. I'm leaving the APFR for now, right? I'm just bringing the scoops over to 4B?
That's affirmative.
Okay.
30 seconds to a 20-second handover.
Copy. This side of this MOI skirt is complete.
Copy, you have a wire tied through the zenith side flaps and tied to the handrail.
That's affirmative.
Verify the flaps clear from the fram. Christina, sorry about that. Verify flaps clear from the fram primary bolt and ensure the back of the flaps will not contact.
They are all clear of the fram primary bolt. And when you say the back of the flaps that they will not contact you, I think maybe you cut out. You're going to say they don't contact the heater plate of the ORU storage locations?
That's affirmed. And understand that the check is complete?
Okay, and yes, that's affirmative. And Stephanie, these scoops are both going back on battery 1 and the orientation I found them, which was, I think, these scoops, the handles away from the radiator, right?
That's affirmative. Battery 1, handles away from the radiator. And we are a minute or so out from our VIP call.
Copy.
Jessica, press your WVS button.
Okay, and work. See green light.
We have good video.
Stephanie, confirm I am going to now the zenith, but forward handrail, and it's just going to be the 2 flaps on the zenith side, zenith forward side of the ORU.
That's affirmative, and you can use a short wire tie.
Copy. In work.
Hello, everybody. Okay. Thank you very much. I think we're getting...
Christina, Jessica, please stand by for a call from the President of the United States.
Where's my camera?
I guess it's over to you at this point. Sir,
Where's my camera? You tell me. Got a lot of cameras.
it is. It's an exciting day.
It
the
is.
first all-woman spacewalk underway right now. They're doing very important work Just so everybody knows, this is a short window for the downlink, and also they've got very busy work to do. They're on the outside of the station, but what a big day. We're thrilled to be here, Mr. President. It's over to you for communicating with them.
Well, I'm thrilled also, and if they're ready, I'm ready.
Okay.
Can we confirm that the link is live?
The link is live. The link is live. They are listening. They're on the outside of the space station.
Station, this is President Donald Trump. Do you hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
That's great. That's great. I was starting to get worried about you. You're in an interesting place. I thought we may have to be a little emergency work. I don't think that'll ever be necessary with you. The job that you do is incredible. And I'm here with Vice President Mike Pence, NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine, and my daughter Ivanka. We're thrilled to be speaking live with two brave American astronauts who are making history, joining us during their spacewalk outside the International Space Station. And this is the first time for a woman outside of the space station. Our flight engineers, Christina, Koch, and flight engineer Jessica Meir. And I just want to congratulate you. What you do is incredible. You're very brave people. I don't think I want to do it. I must tell you that. But you are amazing people. They're conducting the first ever female spacewalk to replace an exterior part of the space station. They're doing some work, and they're doing it in a very high altitude, an altitude that very few people will ever see. Congratulations, Christina and Jessica, on this historic event. This is truly historic, and you're right now on television all over the world, so don't get nervous. I'd like to ask you a question. What would you like to tell everyone listening and watching today, especially young women who are interested in space?
There's about a 4 or 5 second delay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. We don't want to take too much credit because there have been many other female spacewalkers before us. This is just the first time that there have been two women outside at the same time. And it's really interesting for us. We've talked a lot about it up here. For us, this is really just us doing our job. It's something we've been training for 6 years and preparing for. And so it didn't really, for us, it's just coming out here and doing our job today. And we were the crew that was tasked with this assignment. At the same time, we recognize that it is a historic achievement. And we do, of course, want to give credit to all of those that came before us. There have been a long line of female scientists, explorers, engineers, and astronauts, and we have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today. We hope that we can provide an inspiration to everybody, not only women, but to everybody that has a dream, that has a big dream, and that is willing to work hard to make that dream come true. Something that all of us that have made our way up here have done all throughout our lives. And I can tell you, the hard work certainly did pay off. I've only been up here a few weeks, actually, about 3 weeks I've been in space, and this is my first flight and my very first spacewalk. So it is a pretty incredible feeling, I'm sure you can all imagine, and it's one that I will never forget. I'm extremely fortunate to be sharing this moment with Christina Koch, who is not only my colleague, but also a very, very close and dear friend. So it's really our honor to be out here working today and to be representing whatever it is that's significant to whatever individual's desires and heart. Thank you.
Well, Christina and Jessica, I would like to, if I could, just thank you. Jessica, I know that you've been doing this and you've been working hard, and Christina, I've studied your resume. It's really incredible what you've done, what you've both done. Your lives have been incredible, and now you're in a place that, as I said, very few people will ever get that experience. You're doing an incredible job. This is a first step because we're going to the moon, and then we're going to Mars. We're launching from the moon, most likely. They seem to think that's the best way of doing it, Jim. So we're launching from the moon, and I just want to congratulate you both. You're very brave, brilliant women, and you represent this country so well. And our country is very proud of you, and we are very proud of you. Millions and millions of people are watching you right now, but I will tell you what you do is really something very special. So first the moon, and then we go to Mars. Thank you both very much. Have a good time.
I'm wondering if we might have lost the link at this point. I don't know.
Okay, back to the scoop.
That again was a call from the White House to the spacewalkers on the International Space Station, Christina Koch and Jessica Meir, who are now just under 5 hours into today's historic spacewalk, the first to be conducted by two women. That call again coming from President Donald Trump from the White House, alongside of him Vice President Mike Pence and First Daughter and Special Advisor to the President Ivanka Trump, as well as NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine.
Christina, Jessica, we're resuming normal operational communications.
Copy. Thanks, Stephanie.
And for your...
I wanted to check in with you on next steps and where I'm at. Go ahead.
Just wanted to report RADICOM for the next 5 minutes.
Okay, copy that. I have the MOI skirt flaps tied back with the wire ties to the handrails, and I'm ready for our next step.
Christina.
I believe Jessica's still working the scoop.
Copy. Christina, for you, verify the MLI fence is still in place.
The MLI fence. And Stephanie, back with you about the MLI fence. From the materials that I looked at, I want to just confirm what you guys are making sure of. Underneath the MLI, I just have the metal frame that the BCU bumper and holder plate attaches to below the actual base of the MLI skirt.
Checking.
Stephanie, first scoop's on, working on the second.
Copy, Jessica. Christina, for the fence check, what we'd like you to do is to look around the perimeter of where the ORU would be placed. And there is a fence, much like a lip, that would be sticking up perpendicular to the FRAM interface, and check that that is pointing up and away from the FRAM. And basically, we're also looking for any interface if we were to do some robotic operations in this area.
Okay, copy. And I don't see any general issues with any robotics in this area. Skirt is tied back, and I'm still not 100% able to confirm the position of the MOI fence. And can you confirm this is something that goes around the entire perimeter? And is it something that is going to be at the interface between CCDU and its frame and bumpers and the FRAM? Or is it between the FRAM and the ELC?
Checking. And Christine, an additional check or way to think about it might be that if the fence is not in the way of any robotic operation to install another ORU onto that FRAM, then that is a good fence position.
Okay, copy that.
5 seconds to 20-second handover.
APFR. I think so. Well. I'm going to take a look out here then, Christina. I've got both these confirmed, and the handles are away from the radiator. And I think I will start transiting back to 4B. I'm back to 4B. Heading back to 4B? 2B, sorry. Okay. I'm at 4B. Okay, yeah. No, good. That's I'm glad.
Christina, we copy scoops installed on battery 1 on the, Jessica, sorry about that, on the 4 Bravo side. We would like the gap spanner you reported earlier that you snugged up. We would like a 180-degree check of the turnbuckle on that gap spanner.
Okay, copy. I did that before. It is actually loose again. I think it's coming loose when I translate on it. So I'm happy to tighten it up again and give it that test, or do you want me to leave it as is?
Jessica, we would like you to leave it as is. Thanks for the report.
Okay, you're welcome. So with that, Stephanie, I'll head back to the 2 Bravo side. And are we thinking ETFR with inspections or go back to the MDM?
We're discussing, Jessica.
Okay, copy. Either way, I can start translating back to 2B, right, because I'm finished out here at 4B. Jessica, the only reason I could think you might stay on 4B would be if you were to translate outboard from that side to do the whiff inspections of 5 and 8 using the APFR that's right there by them. Yeah, but that's
one possibility of what they might have you do. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be the priority or not. Right. I will hang.
Jessica, we'd like you to skip those whiff inspections. We are ready for you to translate over to the 2B side.
Okay, copy. And Stephanie, if you aren't busy in those discussions, I'm ready to report about the robotics and the MLI fence.
Christina will take your report.
Okay. I can see that nothing is protruding over the black plate that is mounted to the frame on top of the frame. That's the silver plate that has the bumpers on it into which the VCU is installed. And I can also see that there's nothing interfering in the area of the primary bolt for the frame itself.
We copy the report. And we're discussing.
Yeah, I am at 2B and I'm at the APFR at with 38. So I'll just need next steps if I'm to continue inboard or do anything else out here.
Jessica, hold here.
Oh. We are 5 hours and 10 minutes into today's Spacewalk by Christina Koch and Jessica Meir. They are working their way through some follow-up tasks to today's change-out of the battery charge-discharge unit. Christina Koch's been working to get some insulation that was on another spare unit out of the way so that it could be picked up by the robotic arm, while Jessica Meir has worked on kind of cleaning up the work site that they were out way up on the P6 segment of the truss. While they work through that, we are actually going to give you a replay of today's call from the White House. That's going to be coming up next here on NASA TV. This is Mission Control Houston.
The job that you do is incredible. And I'm here with Vice President Mike Pence, NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine, and my daughter Ivanka. We're thrilled to be speaking live with two brave American astronauts who are making history, joining us during their spacewalk outside the International Space Station. And this is the first time for a woman outside of the space station. Our flight engineers, Christina Koch and flight engineer Jessica Meir. And I just want to congratulate you. What you do is incredible. You're very brave people. I don't think I want to do it. I must tell you that. But you are amazing people. They're conducting the first ever female spacewalk to replace an exterior part of the space station. They're doing some work, and they're doing it in a very high altitude, an altitude that very few people will ever see. Congratulations, Christina and Jessica, on this historic event. This is truly historic, and you're right now on television all over the world, so don't get nervous. I'd like to ask you a question. What would you like to tell everyone listening and watching today, especially young women?
You know,
who are interested in space?
There's about a 4 or 5 second delay.
Ah, okay.
Thank you. Thank you. We don't want to take too much credit because there have been many other female spacewalkers before us. This is just the first time that there have been 2 women outside at the same time. And it's really interesting for us. We've talked a lot about it up here. You know, for us, this is really just us doing our job. It's something we've been training for 6 years and preparing for. And so it didn't really, you know, for us, it's just coming out here and doing our job today. And we were the crew that was tasked with this assignment. At the same time, we recognize that it is a historic achievement, and we do, of course, want to give credit to all of those that came before us. There have been a long line of female scientists, explorers, engineers, and astronauts, and we have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today. We hope that we can provide an inspiration to everybody, not only women, but to everybody that has a dream, that has a big dream, and that is willing to work hard to make that dream come true. Something that all of us that have made our way up here have done all throughout our lives. And I can tell you, the hard work certainly did pay off. I've only been up here a few weeks, actually about 3 weeks I've been in space, and this is my first flight and my very first spacewalk. So it is a pretty incredible feeling, I'm sure you can all imagine, and it's one that I will never forget. I'm extremely fortunate to be sharing this moment with Christina Koch, who is not only my colleague, but also a very, very close and dear friend. So it's really our honor to be out here working today and to be representing whatever it is that's significant to whatever individual's desires and heart. Thank you.
Well, Christina and Jessica, I would like to, if I could, just thank you. Jessica, I know that you've been doing this and you've been working hard. And Christina, I've studied your resume. It's really incredible what you've done, what you've both done. Your lives have been incredible. And now you're in a place that, as I said, very few people will ever get that experience. You're doing an incredible job. This is a first step because we're going to the moon and then we're going to Mars. We're launching from the moon, most likely. I seem to think that's the best way of doing it, Jim. So we're launching from the moon, and I just want to congratulate you both. You're very brave, brilliant women, and you represent this country so well. And our country is very proud of you, and we are very proud of you. Millions and millions of people are watching you right now, but I will tell you what you do is really something very special. So first the moon, and then we go to Mars. Thank you both very much. Have a good time.
That again was today's call earlier from the White House that took place to the crew spacewalking today, Christina Koch and Jessica Meir. It took place a little bit after 11:30 a.m. Central Time, coming directly from the White House. And as you can see, now we are joined by astronaut Anne McClain, who is the most recent person on Earth to have done a spacewalk. So we appreciate you coming to talk with us, Anne.
It's great to be here this morning.
And just like this morning when we had Tracy Caldwell-Dyson on, we will plan to keep following along with the spacewalk. You won't miss anything, but I think Anne will be able to provide a little bit of extra information for us.
We concur. Thanks for the report.
And Stephanie, Christina with you. I am about to cross the start, so I wanted to report my gauntlets are down. But I also had another report about my gauntlets. I'm not sure if you have WVS. But there is some discoloration, gray discoloration on my left gauntlet. I believe this may have happened even as far back as the SSRMS and Lee operations. Let me know if that's a good view for you guys.
And we copy, and please press your WVS button.
Didn't work?
So, Anne, maybe we can actually jump right in with that, and you can tell us a little bit about the gauntlet checks. We've talked about the glove checks they do and the helmet checks to make sure there's no water, but we haven't talked about the gauntlet checks yet.
Sure. We check the gauntlets as we're translating around the space station. The gauntlets are actually the materials that cover the wrist rings, and the wrist rings are the hard connections that connect the gloves to the lower arms. And it's important that those are in place as we're crossing certain areas of the space station, particularly the SARJ, the solar alpha rotating joint, because we don't want metal on metal contact. And what Christina was just reporting there was a little bit of discoloration on the material of the gauntlet. And that's a concern just for the ground teams to look at because the thermal properties on the whole suit are the most important. So the spacesuits are a white color. And so discoloration can actually create a thermal pocket on that discoloration just by being a different color. And so our ground teams will kind of look through, what that could be on her suit. But it's a pretty normal occurrence for us to come back in a little bit dirty, but they do track it.
That makes sense.
Christina, thanks for the WBS video and for the report on your gauntlets. We're continuing to discuss it, but at this point you can continue.
So at this point, the crew is 5 hours and 18 minutes into today's spacewalk. It was planned for 5.5 hours, but not unusual to go a little bit longer than expected.
I know you're heading inboard. Your location, is there a good cross point for us? I am at my green.
Yeah, a lot of times when we're out on spacewalks, you'll hear the plan tasks and the get-ahead tasks, and we do actually plan to get ahead. It takes a lot of effort to get these crew members out the door, up on station. We're doing suit maintenance for weeks beforehand. On the ground, they're doing the plans and configurations for the outside of the space station to make it safe for the spacewalkers and to get the equipment ready for whatever repair work that they're doing. And so once the two crew are out there, it's really important to get the maximum work possible. And so we're always looking at the time, crew member fatigue, consumables. You'll hear things like battery, so they'll look at those times, they'll balance it with the crew, and they'll make a decision for how long to go. But as you said, we're coming up on 5 hours and 20 minutes of this spacewalk, and we'll see how much more they can get done.
I'm pausing here to pick up my green hook anyway, so.
Christina, Jessica, we've discussed it, and since you're both be in the same area, we'd like you both to wait for Christina also to arrive at P4 to retrieve that APFR, and then you can both head inboard with Christina leading.
Copy all.
Christina, Jessica, just for your information, we show PET 5 hours, 20 minutes. Limiting consumable remains 7 hours, 40 minutes for EV1 battery.
Copy all. Copy, and I've got my green hook.
Copy.
I'll continue inboard to Christina.
Copy.
So, and when Tracy Caldwell-Dawson was here with us earlier, it was at the beginning of the spacewalk. Everybody was very fresh, and we were talking about what it would be like to head out the hatch. 5.5 hours into the spacewalk, how are you feeling?
Yeah, the spacewalk actually goes quicker for the spacewalkers than I think it does sometimes for the ground crew. We're so focused on the tasks when we're out there. So Christina and Jessica right now are really just focused on where their equipment is, what the task is, where they're going, and to really make this time efficient to try to get the maximum done as possible. It is very fatiguing. It's the metabolic rate of the crew when they're outside. It's physically and mentally taxing. It can be the metabolic equivalent of running a marathon. So they're getting toward the 20th mile of a marathon here, and but one of the things that they're trained to do very well is to hone in more mentally when they're physically tired. So you're going to hear them being very deliberate about their calls, very clear with the ground, and the ground's going to be very clear with them on the instruction, and they're going to talk through and think through everything more deliberately than perhaps they did at the beginning of the spacewalk. The good part is that the nerves have calmed down a little bit. On your first spacewalk, first time out there, your heart can really pound when you go out the hatch. But by this time, they're both feeling really comfortable out there and really just focus on the tasks.
They've done a great job of getting through the tasks so far. Again, they did get that battery charge discharge unit switched out. They've got the new one in place, and early checks show that it looked good.
And Christina, okay,
Copy.
I can see your safety feather. Yeah, okay,
Yep,
just got it loose. Now it's, if you translate toward your feet.
Yep, that's what I was just thinking.
Okay, perfect. And you're clear of it now.
Okay, great. Thanks.
You saved me.
Christina, a question. Christina, a question on the gray discoloration of your gauntlets. Can you tell us, does it appear to be a smudge, or have you seen any flaking or liberation?
Flaking or liberation, this looks actually like a stain at this point. There's nothing physically on the gloves that I can see.
Yeah, and I've got a really good view of it too. It's the same exact color as the gray from the RTV. But yeah, it almost looks like it's kind of just painted on there now.
Yeah.
It's not flaky or anything. It's just really.
There's no substance. If there had been, it has since dried or sublimated off. It's just what's left is just discoloration. It appears to me anyway.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
We copy. Thank you both for the report.
See you at the port seater cart?
Yep.
And Stephanie, I think it's was the Meir starboard with 2 where I'm putting my APFR?
It is with 2, clocking of 6.
Okay, copy. Getting to the port seater cart now, so that will be in work.
Copy.
Since we have a quiet moment from the spacewalkers and an expert here to answer it, we're going to take some of the Ask NASA questions that have been coming in. Thanks for sending those in today.
Okay, I see it. Thank you.
This next one coming in from Molly, asking, what is the equipment on your backs?
Yeah, the big white blocks that you see on both of the spacewalkers' backs, those are called the PLIS, the Portable Life Support Systems, and that is the kind of the engine of the whole spacesuit. Rather than thinking of the spacesuit as an outfit that you put on, think of it more as a very small aircraft or spacecraft that you're getting into. And so that's the engine of the spacecraft, and that provides everything that the human body needs to stay alive. As you mentioned before, the temperature can swing outside the space station depending if you're in the sun or the shade by about a total of about 400 degrees. And so a big part of that life support system is the cooling. It also provides, it's where the battery is kept that provides all the electric power to the suit. Things that require electric power are like your glove heaters, lights, and then it also provides liquid cooling. So there's a sublimator there that actually cools the liquid that is in the suit, and the spacewalkers are wearing somewhat of a long john underneath the suits, and very small tubes of water are passed through it. And so the pump in the water originates in the backpack and moves through the spacewalker's body. Attached to the PLIS on the back is what we call the SAFER, which is a simplified aid for EVA rescue, and it consists of, it's the safety element. So if the spacewalker were to come off of structure and without a tether, it's basically a small jetpack that allows them to fly themselves back to station.
We'll keep going with another question from Samantha Johnson, this time asking, how big is the space station?
Set the firm, Jessica, clocking 6.
And the space station, when you look up at it from the Earth, it just looks like a little tiny dot up in the sky, but it's actually quite enormous. If you laid the space station over an American football field, it would be about the same size. So the solar arrays that you kind of see sometimes in the background of these views would lay over the end zone, and they're about 50 meters wide. And the livable space of the space station are the round components that you see, and that's probably about 3,500 square feet inside.
Copy. Double check wire tie tucked under the boot plate.
It is tucked. Stephanie, I can report the same clocking of 6, black on black, good pull twist test, and I do see the wire tie.
Copy, Jessica. Both good checks for you both. For Jessica, the remainder of the settings, Romeo, Romeo, Fox 6.
Romeo, Romeo, Fox 6, copy.
Good readback for Christina, the remainder of the settings, Yankee, Yankee, Delta 12.
Work.
Both spacewalkers right now are working on checking out some worksite interfaces that are used, for instance, to install the foot restraints they use at the work sites. And so they are both testing those out by putting the foot restraints they've been using in and just making sure that they are working as expected. So far, all looking good. And we are now at the 5-hour and 30-minute mark. That's how long today's spacewalk was scheduled to last, but things are going well. So the spacewalkers are going to keep working for a little while. Great view here from Jessica Meir's helmet camera looking down at the Pacific Ocean. Space station's heading northeast towards, looks like they'll hit the coast around the border between the U.S. and Canada. So Anna, I feel like this is a pretty good view, but how does it compare to the real thing?
There is no words and no pictures that can describe or prepare you for the moment that you look out at the Earth and the outside of the space station during an EVA. You know, these spacewalkers the only thing that separates them from the vacuum of space is their visor right in front of their face, which just provides this amazing view. And if there was a word for the opposite of claustrophobia, that's kind of how you feel. You know, it's the most infinite void that you can possibly imagine. And what's really interesting about it is that Earth is actually the closest thing to you. So looking at Earth, you feel very close and connected to Earth. And the significant sensation for me, of course, it's different for everybody. The significant sensation for me was when I looked away from Earth, and you realize how much more there is to explore, how much further we can go. And it's just really incredible to be kind of attached to Earth by gravity, holding onto the space station during these EVAs.
Copy. Those are good settings. And Jessica, as you continue to translate inboard, we'll also take that brake check on the CETA carts for the inboard brake pedals, depressing them 2 times. Christina, Jessica, PET is currently 5 hours, 30 minutes. What we were thinking, and we'd like to get your assessment, is that if we were to go after the TSOP task, we show that at about 40 minutes, and we'd have Jessica work the MDM and perhaps some of the CP13. That would have us finishing up at about, finishing those tasks at about 6 hours, 15 minutes, with an EVA duration of 6 hours, 40 minutes.
And for me, that sounds like a good plan. That also sounds fine to me. And a good brake release on the port CETA cart.
Copy. Do you both like the plan? And copy, Jessica, good brake release on the port CETA cart.
And Stephanie, I can confirm this ATFR is in Yankee, Delta. Delta 12. I'm looking at the other side of the grid plate.
Copy that. Yankee, Delta 12. Thank you. With that, you can both continue translating inboard. Jessica can stop at the MDM work site. Christina, the medium ORU bag is stowed there. You can pick that up and bring that to the airlock as you retrieve crew lock bag number 3 with the TSOP hardware.
Okay, and just a count, I am at the starboard space flight still, so stand by 1. I see ya, and I'm pausing here.
That call from Capcom, Stephanie Wilson, giving the spacewalkers a preview of what to expect. They are officially beyond the planned time for the spacewalk, but good to keep going. Plan for now as long as a 6 hour and 40 minute spacewalk, which is about the normal time that most spacewalks last.
Okay, copy.
So for the next task on their list, Jessica Meir is going to be going back to that multiplexer, demultiplexer box where she was headed to this morning, but got called away to catch up with Christina Koch on her way to the P4 work site. Going back to disconnect an Ethernet cable and get it tied down. And then Christina Koch is going to work on one of the get-aheads for the space station, installing a primary trunnion slip-off prevention on what will eventually hold the Bartolomeo platform on the end of the Columbus module. That's going to be a platform for experiments on the outside of the space station that'll be launching next year. And this is going to be a support mechanism that gives it a little bit of extra support on the trunnion, the place where they install it, before that platform does get installed.
Stephanie, say again where, oh, I've got the medium RU bag. It's it. Yep. Right in front of me.
Copy.
Christina, the GoPro is still hanging outside of it. Okay. Thank you.
Once again, we are past the planned duration of the spacewalk, but Capcom Stephanie Wilson called up to the crew a few moments ago that they have the go-ahead to keep working, and they agreed that they were okay with that. Is that generally, you think, welcome news for crew members to get extra time outside?
Yeah, absolutely. It really depends on the tasks and how fatigued the crew are. But the crew, if they felt like they wanted to go back inside, they definitely would have said it. These guys sound really excited to keep on going. I think they're having a lot of fun out there.
Copy, Jessica. There is one caution. Avoid inadvertent contact with deployed tusk cable and passive UMAs.
Copy. I remember reading that caution.
I am glad that you remember it.
Now that we're undoing the work. Okay, and I am headed towards the Cetus first. The medium RU bag.
Copy, Christina. Jessica, you can retrieve the caps from your trash bag.
Copy. I'm just going to get a BRT down here, and then I'll get to work.
Copy that.
Hey, Stephanie, I've got the caps out of my trash bag. Do I have a go to demate the cable?
Is the label on the MDM 16 Echo 0105?
Affirm.
Copy. You can demate Whiskey 0087P1 from that MDM.
Okay, copy. In work. Stephanie, thermal cover is open.
Copy, Christina. Thermal cover open.
View here of Jessica Meir getting to work on that Ethernet cable that she's disconnecting and then tying down. And you can also see here the tether that she's got attached to her. It's maybe longer than you'd expect. I always think of it as just tied to the closest thing to them, but that doesn't look like what it is.
Yeah, there's actually a couple different types of tethers that we use when we're outside of the space station. And the two that you see, this is a great shot of both of them. The one that goes directly to Jessica right now is her 85-foot safety tether. And right below that tether, you can see where Christina's is. And those, I always call them kind of the retractable dog leash, is what they basically are. They're 85-foot tethers. We use 2 in a pack, so you can go out twice as far. And the base of the tether is usually at the airlock, but because this crew had to go so far out, they actually base their tethers at a different location than the airlock. And those tethers are always attached. And you'll hear them often talking about their safety tethers and the positioning of it. It's really important to us that those don't get caught on anything. First of all, we don't want to break equipment, but most importantly, those are our primary safety lines to the space station. Now, they do impart a little bit of a force on the spacewalkers, and so when we get to a work site like Jessica is right now, we'll put down what's called a local tether, and that's about 3 feet long, and it keeps us in the workplace that we are right then. And so if Jessica was to let go of the space station with no other tether attached, that very long tether would actually slowly just pull her back to the anchor point.
Understand the
that sounds handy.
Out of your trash bag, and in that case, then we'd like you to try to capture that O-ring and place it in your trash bag.
Okay, copy. In work. Medium ORU bag is in the airlock, going for the ahead crew left bag.
Copy.
And Stephanie, I have the cap on the cable side, so I'm going to use that ret to try to get that O-ring.
Copy.
And I got it. Got it on the ret. I will get that in my trash bag, and then I will go ahead and just put the put the plug on there.
Copy. Nice work.
You hear from Jessica Meir's helmet camera. She's been working to disconnect and then tie down an Ethernet cable that's on a multiplexer, demultiplexer. She'll be working, if time permits, with another Ethernet cable as well, getting one routed to a video camera on the International Space Station's exterior. Meanwhile, Christina Koch has made her way to the airlock and is now moving away from it, having switched out a tool bag. She'll be going over to the Columbus module from here to install that stanchion support.
Work on the wire tie for the cable.
Copy.
Stephanie, for EV1, I've retrieved the crew lock guide from the airlock. Thermal coverage, cover closed.
Copy. After that, check your safer handles down.
EV1, safer handles are down.
Copy, Christina. With that, you can translate to Columbus. I'll join you after the handover.
Stephanie, this is EV1. I'll copy.
Got you loud and clear after the handover. Sorry about that.
Oh, great, no worries.
Yes, you can.
I reported my safer handles are down, and I'm ready for next step.
Yes, and we copy. You're in a good config. We copy thermal cover closed. You can translate to Columbus. Translate port on face 1 to mile marker 7590. Then nadir on the starboard lab strut to handrail 252. And I'll have more words for you there.
Copy that. And Stephanie, I've got the wire tie on the cable. I did not use one of my own. I just used the one that Christina had placed on the other cable.
And we copy. Thanks for the report. That's a good config. You can egress the truss to check your safer handles down.
Jessica, we can do a two-way safer handle check if you want, because similar to you, I wouldn't mind a pair of eyes. I see you coming. Do you see mine right now? Okay. I see yours. See your left one. Let's take a look for your right one. I can see your right. Your PTT is blocking your right one right now. Okay. Yeah, that may be the case. You see it? It's down. Yep. Okay. And spin the other way, and I can see your left, and that's down as well. Okay. And I'll look for yours. I got that one. Let's take the one behind the PTT. It is also down. Okay. Thank you. So, Stephanie, we are both here at the same location at the MDM. I'm finished with the work here, so you know what you suggest.
Checking.
All right, I think I can get by you, Jessica. So, back to the work site. Okay.
And at this point, we'd like Jessica to translate first to the CP13 location, and then Christina is clear to translate to Columbus.
Okay, so I will move farther port, Jessica, so that you can head down. Okay. Is she taking the starboard seater? Yeah. Yeah. The starboard spot? Okay. Yep. All right. Out of the way. All right, thanks.
Christina, Jessica, please hold your translation. After further discussion, we'd like Jessica's tether to go over Christina's.
Okay, I'm already down on the lab. And I can see my tether running straight back to the point now. So do we need to do a switch here? I do see that they are crossed. I'm not sure if Christina progresses.
We're checking. Please stand by.
Yeah. Okay. Seems like if I were to just go, if you were to move forward on the port side of the lab, and I were to head down and face starboard, yeah, I don't think it's going to make a difference. There is a twist there. I don't know if you can see it past those two boxes. No, I can't. I can see where it comes together at those boxes. Yeah, so it's right behind that. And it's not, maybe, it might not be a twist. I think that mine is just underneath yours. Uh-huh.
Jessica, Christina, if the two of you can see your tethers, we're happy for you to manage it as you see fit.
Okay. So yeah, Christina, I can see it. I think that mine is just under yours, and I don't think since we're both going out from here, it's going to make a difference. When we go back to clean up the tethers, we'll just have to double check them. Yeah, you can just spin one around the other when you remove one of the big hooks. Right. Okay. So from what you're seeing, if I were to come down from starboard and just head forward, saying that looks okay? In your view of the... I think so. Hold on. Let me take another look. I can start moving in that direction to kind of get a feel for what they would do. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't really see it now. But I think you're pulling mine right now. See what's happening with my tether? Pulling behind my back. I think that might be because you're moving yours. I just don't have the clarity to tell if that's a full twist or...
Christina, Jessica, if you're comfortable, we feel we can work with this during cleanup. And if you're comfortable with that, then you can press ahead toward the tasks.
I am comfortable with that. What I would like to do is just reevaluate once I get forward, Jessica, and make sure that has this config. No, she's not going to be snagging mine a lot. And then, Jessica, since you're cleaning up, it sounds like you are comfortable with us carrying any twists back and then doing them at that time. Yeah, I think so. I mean, you can tell that, like, my tether's behaving really strangely right now because it's on that twist point. It's, with your tether there, it's kind of bobbing around. Maybe once I move forward of you, the twist will move towards us and we can get better eyes on it. Okay? So I'm going to continue to move forward on the starboard side, and I'll make sure that my tether stays over you. I'm going to get caught on the back of your foot. Okay, copy. And yes, it does appear to just be not a twist, but yours is just over mine, and once I move forward, I think they'll stop pulling. Okay, but can you see mine right now? I can. It's coming off of your left side, straight back to the tether point. Off my left side? Yeah, so it's coming, it's like in front of you. It is from your right D-ring extender, but, across your body. Is it behind me? It's not behind your back, but it's just off of your left side. So, for example, if you put your feet towards it, it would come down in front of you, and then if you wanted it on your right side, you could put your feet back down.
Christina, Jessica, once you two are stable at your task locations, I'll take a glove and a half check.
Copy. And Stephanie, were you going to talk me along my translation path? I am currently at the forward side of the lab encode.
Yes, and if you're close to handrail 0271, you translate starboard and nadir to lab handrail 0272, and then forward to node 2, and then forward onto node 2.
Copy. Okay, I have eyes on that. And Christina, one more second on my safety tether. So I think it's wrapped around me right now, right? So I get to spin my legs around. Let me get eyes on, one moment. It's just off of your left side. So it's not around you. It's off of your left side and towards the back. If you, for example, put your feet towards structure and towards the truss, and now kick them up, There it goes. There it goes. Okay, I see it. Perfect. I see it now. Thanks. Yep. And now ours are deconflicted, so they're not crossing. Once I move forward, they won't be crossing, but they're just going to each. There will be, one will be over the other, but just by virtue of where the anchors are. Okay, copy. I think I also see that Jessica, when you go back to the anchors, it looks like yours is also just around a couple boxes that are right underneath the CETA rail. So just be mindful of that when you go back that way. Okay, copy. And it's right over, over PMM. When you're over PMM, just look and pop your safety tether off of those. Okay, copy. And I am on no 2.
Copy, Christina. Once you see Node 2 handrail 332, then you'll translate forward along the gap spanner to Node 2 handrail 345. That's the green hook location.
See inward. Stephanie, I'm at 288, and I think I see the cable I'm looking for. It's labeled wire tie CP13, Whiskey Tango CP13.
That's all right. CP13, wire tie CP13.
Okay, so it looks like I just need to take off this one wire tie, and that it is integral on the cable. Is that what you're expecting?
That's affirmed, Jessica, and there are 3 cautions. Avoid inadvertent contact with the wet stanchion. Do not use EWC antennas as handholds. Avoid inadvertent contact with the CETA light.
Copy.
So, Anne, you were just saying that this is looking a little familiar?
That is very familiar work site. The bundle that Jessica is picking up right now is actually the last task that I did on my last spacewalk back in April. So we attached just over where Jessica's head is right now at the front of the lab, we attached the base of that cable, and she's going to be picking up that bundle and moving it all the way back to what we call the rat's nest on the aft side of the lab. And so it is kind of fun watching a task that you left out there and seeing somebody go pick it up. So. And now she'll kind of move along the port side of the lab back to the rat's nest, which got its name because of all the cable connections that are back there. So you have to be very careful when you do the translation that she's about to do.
When you say that you're just wire tying something down, that sounds really simple, but I'm guessing that in the gloves, that makes it a little more difficult.
Yes, actually, putting cables down can be really exhausting on the hands. Part of the most complicated part of the spacesuit design is actually the gloves, because they are pressurized just like the rest of the suit. And so these gloves, if you relax your fingers, you're going to see the fingers go forward at about 45 degrees, which means in order to either fully open or fully close the hands requires force by the spacewalkers. And so when you watch these 2 spacewalkers translate, you'll actually notice that they don't grab onto the handrail. They often just tuck their hand behind a handrail, and that prevents them, that kind of saves their hands over this many hour-long spacewalk. it saves their hand fatigue. And so what Jessica is going to be doing is installing wire ties, which are just basically kind of like little twist ties, well, they're large twist ties. And so she's going to put the cable down next to a handrail and then use one of those metal wire ties to create twists. You're going to hear her call 3 twists, and that's what we've determined is a safe configuration that will that'll keep that cable onto the handrail for a long period of time. So you'll hear her call 3 twists, and then she'll kind of tuck it down so it's a low profile so that the next spacewalker that comes out can still use that handrail.
For my translation here, I know I need to get it along the Venus on the end cone and underneath that cable tray, but I don't think I can translate there because of all the, without the gap center, I don't think I can get over the cable tray. So I've got the cable with me, and I've let out some of the wire ties. So I'm going to translate back over the cable tray and then go forward. Was that what you guys were envisioning?
Checking.
Stephanie, I'll give you the glove and hat when I'm in place on the Columbus end cone, starboard end cone, if that's all right with you.
That works, Christina. Thank you.
Copy. To give you a little more on that, Stephanie, what I'm thinking is I'm going to go over the cable tray, then go forward on those handrails, and then I'll go back port a bit, and I'll be able to pass the cable rail under the tray from the other side.
Jessica, we like your plan.
Okay. Jessica had eyes on that face each other. They are crossed close to the area where they're behind some boxes under the cedar rail. That's just starboard of the starboard cedar cart, so no change to the config that we had when we first came out and that we're expecting to clean up when you do face each other at the end. Okay, copy.
You were talking about a little bit about how the gloves are to work in. We actually have a question from a online someone online who's following along. This one is from Denise, and her class would like to know how the gloves work. They actually are asking if they're magnetic, which I guess would be useful.
Yeah, that is actually a great idea. We should look into that. But this version of the gloves are not magnetic. They fit like a puffy ski glove would. However, they're very complicated inside. As I kind of mentioned, your hands get very fatigued over a long period of time. So the better the gloves can fit, the better you're going to be able to work. So they actually work just like a normal glove, which means it's your hand inside that's moving the gloves.
No special tricks.
No special tricks, unfortunately, but they are an extremely important part of the spacesuit, especially to prevent from any cuts. And so you hear them often doing glove checks, and that's because, as you can see, these spacewalkers are touching and grabbing a lot of different things on the space station. And the space station was designed not to have any sharp edges that could cut a glove, but over time, micrometeoroid strikes can cause sharp edges on the outside of space station. So we're very aware of inadvertently getting a cut in those gloves. And you see the gray layer on their palms. That's actually part of a triple protection system on their palms. And so on the closest to their hand is what we call the Vectran, and that's kind of a very tightly woven material that prevents from cuts. On the high wear areas, mainly on the pointer finger and the thumb, and some of the finger crotches, we have what we call turtle skin, which is another reinforced layer to prevent cuts. And then the outside rubber layer is the RTV. And so there's different criteria that the safety folks on the ground here track on what's allowable damage on a glove during an EVA. They do inspections beforehand, inspections afterwards. And they are pressurized gloves. And so we also have a palm bar that's just basically a bar that goes right across the palm of the hand that you can tighten down. That gives you kind of a fulcrum that you can bend your hand over. So it's not exactly like working on the ground, but they are pretty fantastic design. They are one of the most tricky parts to design and size for spacesuit designers. And actually inside every single one of those fingers, at every finger joint, they can adjust the sizing on it down to the millimeter. So each of these gloves are custom made and custom sized for the astronauts.
They just need magnets.
If they could add magnets, then that might be great.
Copy, Jessica. Understand you're at handrail 269 and working the routing.
Still seeing a view here from Jessica Meir's helmet camera, looking at that Ethernet cable that she's working to tie down. I'm going to be routing it over to a video stanchion support assembly where one of the video cameras on the exterior of the space station is.
Jessica, for the cable routing, we show PET at 6 hours, about 7 minutes, and we're thinking ahead to clean up and ingress. What we'd like to do because of the time is to help alleviate any problems early. At this point, we'd like you to tie off the wire cable that you're working so diligently to route, and then head back towards yours and Christina's tethers and take a look at them and see if there's anything that needs to be done to straighten them out.
Okay, copy. Stephanie, I have the crew lock bag on 938, and I am also BRT to 938.
Copy, Christina. There's a warning and a caution. Minimize extended contact with exposed trunnion and scuff plates. Maintain positive inward force on bolts while installing. Pulling the T-stop away from structure could prematurely engage the bolt lockout mechanism.
Copy. Stephanie, I've got the cable routed underneath the cable tray, and I'll get it on a wire tie on 269, which I believe was the first spot for it anyway.
Jessica, we like your plan. Christina, you'll need to do a socket swap onto the 7-inch rigid.
A little bit, but I believe I'm putting the 5/16 on my PGT.
That's right, 5/16 by 7-inch rigid socket on your PGT.
Work. The 6-inch install on the socket caddy good pull test.
Copy, ret 2 and retrieve the T-stop using one of your mini workstation rets.
Okay, and I'm still working on getting the swap onto the PGT. That was just a removal of the one that was on the key.
Copy, thanks for the clarification.
Okay, Stephanie, and the cable is secure on handrail 269.
Copy, Jessica.
Okay, the 5/16 7-inch rigid is installed in the PGT. Good pull test. And I'm going for the T-stop.
Copy, Christina.
Stephanie, should I just translate back the way I came and then head up to the truss via the starboard strut?
Checking. Jessica, that's correct. Translate back following your safety tether. Let us know if you encounter anything along the way.
Okay, copy.
Jessica Meir getting that wire bundle tied down in a somewhere between where it started and where she was heading to give her time to work out, check out her tethers before she needs to head back to the airlock.
Ball down the field.
Meanwhile, Christina Koch is at Columbus getting ready to install the extra support for the truncheon that will eventually hold a new platform for experiments on the outside of Columbus. Bartolomeo.
Copy. Lock it out with Slack.
And that's another task that you're familiar with, right, Ann?
That is correct. Yes, Christina is actually working a task that we attempted to do. David St. Jacques and I attempted to do on a spacewalk in April, and we found that the equipment on the outside of the space station was not in the configuration that we expected. So the equipment that we had to install these slip-off pins wouldn't actually work. So they redesigned them, and Christina is going to install them now on the trunnions. And what they are basically just plugs that go on the end of trunnions, which are kind of empty pipes. If you think about a hollow pipe sticking off the front of space station, that's kind of the best way to picture it. And these slip-off prevention pins are going to go on the end. And then later there's a payload from ESA, from our European partners, that's going to fly up and actually attach onto the trunnions, and this will keep that payload attached.
Be aware there is no soft dock feature.
To get that attached, Christina Koch will be driving 4 bolts, or at least getting them set in, and then tightening them up before she puts one more bolt in the center of the support, the cap that she's putting on the end of the trunnion.
And I am ready for PGT settings.
PGT settings, Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Copy, and I'll be doing a CAL, so stand by.
Copy.
Okay, and I see your tether running back along the lab, and mine was caught in my PGT, so I just freed it. And I'm going to head up the lab starboard.
Copy, Jessica. Good path.
My PGT settings, Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Christina, those are good PGT settings. Christina, on the TSOP, verify no gap between the TSOP and the trunnion.
Mark? No gap.
Copy, no gap. While maintaining positive force on the TSOP toward the trunnion, we'll be working first with bolt 1. You'll push on the bolt while driving and drive it only 14 turns.
14 turns.
Good readback.
Turn. I am applying, Stephanie, quick report, I am applying downward force, and the T-stop itself still floating up. I think maybe the bolt is starting to engage, but the bolt is not rigidly connected to the T-stop. I think this is the feature that we talked about where it's in some threads and it just drops down, and now it's engaging into the trunnion pin. If you agree, I'll keep driving.
We copy the report. Christina, keep driving.
Copy and work. Turns on bolt 1.
Copy 1414 turns on bolt 1. Next is bolt 2. Push on the bolt while driving. Drive bolt 2 only 7 turns.
7 turns for bolt 2. Starting turns. Okay, so I am at the twist in our tethers. So right now, Christina's tether is 7 turns, bolt 2.
Copy Christina, 7 turns, bolt 2. Bolt 3, push on the bolt while driving, 7 turns only.
Seeing a good view here of Jessica working on the tether issue that we've been discussing a little bit. And we talked earlier about how important tethers were. And actually we have a question from one of the online followers with using the Ask NASA hashtag, this one from Arthur, asking what would happen if an astronaut's tether breaks loose, as in that what ties down the astronaut to the space station is broken and the astronaut swings away from the space station.
Yes, that is a scenario that we definitely do not want to get into and that we've trained a lot to avoid. But that is where if you were to completely come off a station without your tether, you have on your back, you can actually see a good shot of Jessica there. Right down by her left hip, you can see kind of a box that's on the bottom of her life support system, and that is actually called the SAFER, the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. And that is kind of like a small jetpack that you can use. A hand controller will come out. You can fly yourself back to the space station. That said, these tethers are actually very robust. They are braided metal. And so it would require a significant amount of force to actually break a tether off of the space station. And we never actually are in a scenario that we're not tethered. So we always say make before you break. And so as you see them working with tethers or moving anchors, you're always going to hear them be very clear about what tether they have down, that it's locked before they undo another tether for their safety.
And so what Jessica is actually working on is we're not worried about it breaking. We just want to get it looks like maybe it's tangled a little bit.
That is correct. There's just one twist in it, and this happens all the time. When you think about these two spacewalkers are tethered about the same, their anchors of their tethers are anchored at about the same place, and they have been going all over the space station, 50 meters one direction, 50 meters the other direction, and so it is quite common to get a twist in it. So what they're having Jessica do is just clean up that twist. So a couple ways you can do that. You can move your body back around the safety tether just to take the twist out of it. Or you can anchor another safety tether down and actually undo the safety tether to move it. But no safety concerns here, just more kind of cleaning up the tether so they don't rub on each other.
Is that the kind of thing that you train for in the Neutral Buoyancy Lab?
Yes, absolutely. Tether awareness is actually one of the biggest safety tasks that we train in the Neutral Buoyancy Lab. We always have our tethers. Our tether protocol is very specific. You're going to hear a lot of back and forth between the spacewalkers and the ground as they confirm the configuration. And I can tell you, having been outside, that it's something that you are extremely aware of at all times. You're checking them. The spacewalkers call out a check maybe every 15, 20 minutes, but I guarantee you they're looking at their safety tethers just every couple minutes, make sure they're not caught on anything and that they're in a good configuration.
We actually have another question. This one is not related to tethers or spacewalks at all, but since it is from Jessica Meir's home state, we have one from Sheila And the third grade students of Kennebec, Maine want to know how long it takes to get to the space station, and they add the hashtag proud of Jessica.
Well, I am proud of Jessica too today, and Christina as well. And she is from Maine, so hello everybody from Maine on Jessica's behalf. So to travel from the surface of the Earth up to the space station, the way that if you were to go directly there, it would take a lot less time. But what we do is we launch from the surface of the Earth. It takes about 9 minutes to get to orbit. So into a place where we are weightlessness and going around the world. And then we play catch-up with the space station. So the space station's on a little bit of a higher orbit, and so we speed up the, currently these astronauts launched on the Soyuz spacecraft, and so they accelerate the Soyuz spacecraft and just kind of chase it using gravity and orbital mechanics, and it took about 6 hours from her to get from the safe surface of the Earth all the way to the space station.
To have you check it out.
I feel like that is impressively fast.
It is shorter than a lot of road trips we've been on.
Exactly.
11.9 Turk, 7 turns, green light on bolt 3, bolt 4, 6 to 13 turns.
Christina Koch still working on those bolts, getting the cap in place on the trunnion that will hold an external platform for science on Columbus.
And a half turns, green LED, 11.8 foot-pounds of torque.
11.8 torque, 7.5 turns, green light on bolt 4. Verify no gap between the T-stop and the trunnion.
Gap.
Copy no gap. Install bolt 5 to torque 6 to 9 turns.
Hmm.
And turns on bolt 5, green LED, 12.0 actual torque.
Copy 12 on the torque and green light. Say again turns.
9.
I believe you said 9 turns for bolt 5.
That's affirmative, 9er.
Copy that. Unlock and release the RET from the T-stop. And deconfigure your PGT. Place the 7-inch rigid onto the socket caddy.
Christina Koch, they're finishing up that installation on the trunnion, the cap on the trunnion that will be used for a future platform on the end of the Columbus module for science experiments on the outside of the space station.
The atmosphere out here, then you come through the windows inside. Really incredible view.
Copy that. Very nice.
Jessica Meir taking advantage of a little downtime to get some photos. Crew members now 6 hours and 25 minutes into today's spacewalk. They finished installing the new battery charge discharge unit about 3 hours ago, and we are hearing reports here on the ground now that it is looking good. There is actually charging the batteries, so that is definitely a good sign. Getting a good checkout now that it's installed, and that can be that can be a good report on the spacewalk work done today.
You can bundle up the crew lock bag, head back along your translation route, and picking up your green hook at node 2345. Christina, Jessica, to give you a report on your work today. We show that the battery charge discharge unit is fully powered up and working.
That is awesome news. Thank you. Amazing news, Stephanie. That makes us very happy.
Makes us very happy as well. And we're 1 minute from 20-second LOS.
Happy that.
And Christina, once you have the crew lock bag retrieved and you're happy with its position on your BRT and you show the work site clear, you can start to translate back in and retrieve your green hook.
While we are waiting to get video back from the space station, we have a few more of the good luck messages that have been flooding in. This one from Miss Barkas showing that they are watching the spacewalk in their classroom in Pennsylvania, and thanks for making her story. And also one from Amanda showing her daughter watching the spacewalk. Lots of great messages coming in from all across the country and around the world, letting us know that you're watching, so we appreciate that. Keep sending those in. Here's one from the Girl Scouts. They recently completed the Cadet Space Science Badge and exciting for the mission. Wishing Christina, Koch, and Jessica Meir safe travels.
Retrieving my green hook.
Copy. Green hook retrieval and work.
Green hook retrieved. Moving on. No one of these translations involves the gap scanner. Get my way backwards. I believe it's this one.
And we concur. It should be taking you out towards Node 2, handrail 332.
Or not. For the great Garner. I'm on the node 2 alpha encode. And on the lab.
Copy. For Jessica, as you were checking out the safety tethers, can you tell us, did you need to translate onto the CETA cart?
No, I didn't. I stopped just starboard of the CETA cart to get a view because at that point somehow Christina's tether had gotten to the left of me and my tether was on the right of me. But I was able to get it underneath my legs and to the other side, and they're both on the right side. And then I had a good view straight down. So I didn't actually go up on the CETA cart.
We copy. Thank you for the report.
I'm happy to just give them another tap again and just go.
And Jessica, thanks for the offer. If you'd like to, you can, but it's not required.
Okay, copy, thanks. And I'm at the lab. Starboard start, heading to the CETA bill.
Copy, Christina.
Into the CETA spur.
Copy.
Christina Koch there making her way back to the airlock. Getting close to the end of today's spacewalk. We're at the 6-hour and 36-minute mark, about an hour longer than the spacewalk was originally planned to go, but the crew was able to get a lot done in that time.
Copy.
And I'm at the airlock.
Copy that.
Thermal cover open.
Copy, thermal cover open. Can ingress the airlock and attach waist tether to the waist tether on the airlock D-ring extender.
In work. My waist tether is attached to the airlock waist tether. Both large hooks are gate closed fiber lock, and I can confirm that the small hook of the airlock waist tether is still locked on the airlock D-ring extender.
Copy. Checking. Christina, we're in a period of RADICOM. We believe you dropped out. We missed the small hook config.
Small hook is the closed spider lock of the airlock deviating tether. That's the small hook of the airlock waist tether. I can also confirm that my small hook of my waist tether is gate closed spider lock of my left deviating tether.
We copy. Good config.
And is this where I give Jessica a go?
We're checking. And as a safety precaution, Jessica, we would like you to lock your waist tether first before any further safety tether config.
Okay, copy. That's in work. My safety tether is locked.
And Jessica, I copy. I believe you mean your waist tether is locked. Jessica, I copied. Sorry, we're still in RADICOM. And I believe you meant
Jessica, you probably have me okay, right? I think it's fine. Yeah, it's fine between us. I'll just say hi.
Jessica.
Okay. No, I think we should wait. Yeah, I do too.
Jessica, we're back with you. Double check your waist tether locked.
Yes, my waist tether is locked.
Copy. We're 30 seconds to a 20-second handover.
Crews making their way back into the airlock, or actually already getting into the airlock, but we're in a period where we don't have video of it at the moment.
So while that's happening, I'll just give you the lowdown on the airlock. Everything is obviously, not tacked down.
Chris.
And the voice communications with the crew is a little bumpy as well.
When you come in, it'll still be, since that's the final ingress, that'll be when things get cleaned up and a good config for me to come in. Okay, sounds good. In the BCDU. Copy.
Jessica, remove EV1's anchor hook from handrail 3651 and attach it to EV2's red reel.
Okay, copy. That's in work.
Christina, if you've not done so already, you can stow the Get Ahead crew lock bag in the airlock.
Okay, I've done that, and now I'm just kind of cleaning up the containment here.
Copy that.
Stephanie, I have removed the twist. I have Christina's anchor hook closed and locked on my red reel.
Copy. Now retrieve your anchor hook from handrail 3650 and stow it on your mini workstation.
Work. My anchor hook is on my mini workstation.
Copy that. You can translate to the airlock.
And Stephanie, I take it back. I did translate on the cart coming out here and going back, so I will give those brakes another release.
We copy, Jessica.
Okay, and that is complete on the starboard seat of cart.
Copy. Christina and Jessica, I have some words on Jessica's suit. There is potential to receive a battery volt decay message. That would be BAT V decay on EV2's Jessica's suit. We expect that in perhaps 20 minutes. When that message enunciates, you have 1 hour left of battery power. Connecting the SCU to your DCM fixes the problem.
Okay. Yeah. I need it. Well, thank you. I am coming down the seat of for Christina. I see you. Welcome back. I am positioned on the outside. Looking good.
View here of Jessica Meir making her way back to the Quest airlock, home base for the spacewalk. Christina Koch's already there, hanging out, waiting for her.
Hello. Nice job. Proud today. Too.
Sunrise in 2 minutes.
Hey, Christina, you have a go for me to get underneath here and get in? I believe so. Check with Stephanie, but I believe that's okay.
We concur.
You know, I should have put that bag under a bungee too, but I didn't notice it. It was up when I was in there before. I think that will be easy to move around. Okay. It might be nice up on the bungee just so it's not interfering with hatch closure. I only thought if you're able to pop it under. Okay. Without too much hassle. Good. Cool. Pull in, I'll push you up. The top of your foot on the side of the thermal cover hinge. Yeah. And pivot your body good. Here, I'll push your butt back. There you go. I'm still not quite vertical. Yep. Nice. There we go. Nailed it. Okay. I'm not sure how to have the CCDU here. It was tucking up, again, you know, like we were talking about, port side, pins towards the wall, and I think once you're in, it will be more likely to just sort of stay there. Yeah. Trying to get it back in that position now. Okay. Just kind of floating above the UIA, and this, ORU bag is also on the way. One thing I had to fix a couple of was those scoops that are on it are big tether snags. So if it's ever not going where you want it to go, check the scoop. Okay, copy. So I've got it. You were able to get it the long way up the wall? Yes. Okay. But that was before I put the crew lock bag behind that bungee. But I think you still should, and that would actually help the interference with the crew lock bag. And it might be because, there you go. Yep.
Meir and Koch starting to move back into the Quest airlock. This video coming from Jessica Meir's helmet camera.
Try to get.
Spacewalk won't be considered done, however.
Take your time. I think this is a time and a good investment in our closing airlock ops. So.
Spacewalk won't be considered over, though, until they begin repressurizing the Quest airlock.
Okay, I've got it vertical. I don't think I'm going to be able to get any bungees around it. Were you envisioning? No. Okay. I don't think so either. I've got it vertical, and then I'm going to try to get this or U-bag off of the, okay. So I've got it vertical now. Seems to want to rotate.
This view coming from Christina Koch's helmet camera, looking down into the Quest airlock where Jessica Meir is already inside.
Yeah. I'm just going to keep a hand on it right now. Okay. And then I'm not sure if I'm going to be out of your way enough to ingress. You're definitely enough support, but is it possible to move your feet forward? Yeah, like that. Okay, yep. I can stay in this position, and I'm holding the DCDU. Okay, copy. Stephanie, do I have a go to ingress?
Checking. Christina, you have a go to ingress. Friendly reminder to check access to the thermal cover.
And Christina, I did not move that select bag, so if you wanted to, you need to do that. I'm trying to head first ingress. Okay, copy. And my acrylic bag is in a good spot. Let me know if you need me to move. Okay. Other option, if you're not going to be able to get your feet all the way in because of DCDU, if we put it lengthwise, then you could probably put your feet over it. Okay, we can try that. I don't know if that's what's happening right now. That was just a... Looks like you're almost in. I'm going to move my seat port now. Okay. So if you're able to see them, let me know if I'm walking them in a bad spot. Okay, they're right up against, going to be right up against the BDCDU. Okay. Can you bring them more toward me? More station forward. Forward? Yep. That. There you go. You're good. You're underneath the BCDU now. Above you. Copy? Do you need to come more port? No? Okay, and I'm going for the thermal cover. Okay, copy. Right now, your feet are in between me and the BCDU. Okay. But you have enough room, it's just that you won't be able to move too much in either direction. Trying to move as far station forward as I can for you. I see your feet. I can help guide them if you want. Okay. Will that help? Okay, now they're in between the BCDU and me. Okay, I see that. Stephanie, thermal cover is closed.
Copy, thermal cover closed. Nice work. You can remove your SCUs from the stowage pouch.
For both of us then?
That's affirmed for both EV1 and EV2.
Okay, SCU is removed from the pouch.
Copy, remove DCM cover, Velcro to the DCM, and connect your SCUs to your DCMs.
Work.
Once again, we're getting close to the end of today's spacewalk now at just a few seconds under 7 hours. But we're not quite done yet. We won't call it officially over until the crew begins repressurizing the Quest airlock. They are both now back in the airlock, however, and have one part of the hatch closed, the thermal cover that
If I'm going to be able to orient it with that.
that protects the main part of the hatch.
See how it's going on the DCD when I pull my SCU? I do see that. Mine's not routed correctly either right now. Let me see. Yeah, I was conflicting a lot of this, but I knew it would end up in the end. I see the reps. Hold on. I'm going to release the rep from the ORU bag. Not going anywhere. I'll reattach it. Okay, I got that rep free. Copy. Thanks. Okay, my SCU is on and locked. And I'm going to need to reorient Christina so I can get mine routed correctly. Okay. But the DCD is slipping up now. Okay. So I see that because of your SCU. And I had to put kind of a lot of elbow grease into getting it oriented correctly. But once you get it started, it operates.
And we copy, Christina, your SCU is connected to your DCM for EV1. Jessica is reworking repositioning, and that is in work for EV2.
It's a good read. I can see if I can hold it for you. I might need to twist it the other direction. Let's see. Yeah, see if you can put that loop the other way. There you go. That was better. Yeah, I can't get it around, but there you go. Can't get it further than that, though. It's the angle. Can you see that? If mine, it's just, it's not caught on anything. It's just the routing. It just needs to, you just have to kind of put it where you need it. I don't see that it's actually caught on anything. Yep, it's free. Awesome. Okay, I am on and locked. It's work. Damn, this is stupid. I know. Okay, Stephanie, on and locked.
Copy, connected and locked for the SCU for EV2. Nice work. For EV1 and EV2, take your water switches to off, OFF, that's the forward position. Expect water is off message.
EV1, water off. EV2, water off.
Copy, EV1, EV2, and this starts a 2-minute timer. Christina, while we wait, you can verify the outer hatch is clear of hardware.
Copy and work. All right, this is where I'll need to thread the needle again with my legs. Okay, stand by. Let me see if I can help you because the BCD has moved a bit. I think you're also up against your SCU with your legs. Okay. It's on the side of the BCU now. Oh, I see what it is. It's the scoop on the BCD that's holding me up. If we need to, I can try to take one of those off. Right now, I'm having trouble getting any more port at all. Can you scooch port at all? Yeah, I'm right up against the hatch now. Does that help? Are you waiting? Trying to get your SCU off another piece of Velcro so that it has more play, but okay. Behind the BCDU now, so I can't reach it. Okay. And the hatch is clear of hardware.
Copy, hatch is clear of hardware. Christina, on the thermal cover, we would like you to do a double check of the tabs, of the Velcro tabs, and double check that they are all inside.
Christina, I was also just able to move the BCDU much further. What? Okay, so I think you should have more space.
We're looking at one of the external camera views, and we think we might see a tab outside, but we'll take your report.
If you could explain about the tabs, it is closed and aligned, and the magnetic is holding it in, and I see very few gaps all around. So it seems to be well positioned. And when you say Velcro, I don't see any Velcro in my view.
Copy. Opposite of the hinge, there is a Velcro strap.
Ah, okay. Set up. Uh-huh. Yes, and I hold it back in. Let's see. Yep, it is in. Yeah, that was out of my view, so thanks for talking me onto that.
Okay, nicely done. Double checking something? And we copy nice work on the thermal cover. Copy the hardware is clear. Verify hatch handle in position for the hatch decal.
Saw there Christina, Koch, and Jessica Meir's crewmates waiting on the other side of the hatch for the Quest airlock, waiting to welcome them back inside the space station.
Take a few minutes. And Jessica and Drew and I were in here. He was able to tip down and actually look at that handle. You actually have a great view of it. If you're able to, oh no, I've got a view and it's in place. Okay.
Copy hatch handle in position per the decal. Now you can close and lock the hatch.
In work.
Still seeing a view here from Christina Koch's helmet camera inside the Quest airlock. She and Jessica Meir are both safely inside and just about to close the hatch that goes to the outside of the Quest airlock. After that, they'll be able to begin repressurizing the Quest airlock, and that is what will actually signal the end of today's spacewalk.
Any direction I can try to move? No, I would say port, but I know that not. I'm all the way up against the hatch now.
View here of Christina Koch working to get that hatch closed. That, again, does not signal quite the end of the spacewalk. We'll wait until they begin repressurizing the Quest airlock to call the spacewalk over. And even after the spacewalk does end, we'll keep covering their work to get the Quest repressurized so that they can come back to inside the space station and get out of their spacesuits.
EV hatch is closed and latched. Nice work.
Copy. EV hatch closed and locked. With that, we show the detailed timeline complete. We transition now to the refresh cue card with some checks for both EV1 and EV2. Check SCU connected to DCM.
EV1 connected. EV2 connected.
Copy. Check water switches are off.
Water is off. EV1. Off EV2.
Christina, check EV hatch closed and locked.
EV hatch closed and locked.
On the UIA, Jessica, check oxygen EMU 1 and 2. 2 valves are open.
They're both open.
Jessica, take power EV1, EV2, 2 switches to on.
Work. Power for EV1 and EV2 are on.
Copy, check power.
18.8.
Check.
18.6 volts for both.
Copy 18.6 volts. Check power EV1, EV2, EMU LEDs, 2 of them on.
Confirm.
Copy on your DCMs. Take power to SCU. Expect a warning tone.
Power and SCU. EV2 and SCU.
Copy that. And with that, Christina and Jessica, with your outstanding work today, you have restored 2B to full power and completed some get-ahead tasks. On behalf of the NASA team, we thank you, and it has been a pleasure to work with you today.
Stephanie, the pleasure has been all ours. It has been truly great to work with you. Christina and Stephanie, it's been an incredible display of teamwork. Congratulations to the teams in Houston, all of our colleagues that planned an unforeseen spacewalk in just a few days. Christina and I feel extremely privileged that doing our job today meant working with all of you, contributing to what NASA does best, rising to the challenge. And today was especially an honor, as we also recognize that this is a milestone. It symbolizes exploration by all that dare to dream and work hard to achieve that dream. Not only that, it's a tribute to those that paved the way for us to be where we are, and we hope an inspiration to all future explorers.
Christina, Jessica, we appreciate those words very much. It's a very heartfelt sentiment, and we very much appreciate your words. And with that, I'll hand you over to Drew.
Christina and Jessica, incredible work today. Welcome home. We're glad to have you back, and we're so proud to be up here with you. With that, on your DCM, if you would, please take your O2 actuator to press.
It's great to hear your voice again, and great to be back home. To hear your voice, Drew, and EV2 is in press.
Copy EV2 in press.
EV1 is in press.
Copy EV1 in press. Christina, check that the EV hatch MPEV is closed.
Closed.
Copy closed. All right, I'm going to start to pressurize with the IV hatch equalization valve, and you let me know. I'll periodically check in with you on the rate.
Copy. Copy.
All right, EV1, EV2, how's the rate?
Good rate. Almost imperceptible so far. Concur.
Okay, we'll increase it slightly. I wanted to let you know that when the crew lock is at 4.0, you can expect an alert tone.
Copy. Copy.
With the repressurization of the Quest airlock now in work, Christina, Koch, and Jessica Meir safely back inside the Quest airlock, we are calling the end of today's spacewalk as 1:55 p.m. Central Time. They spent a total of 7 hours and 17 minutes outside the space station on what was a historic spacewalk, the first to feature 2 women on the outside of the space station. You heard lots of words about that from both of them. And we also have Anne McLean here with us, and I know that that as a spacewalker yourself and a female astronaut, it probably has some significance for you as well.
If you want it.
Yes, today is definitely a significant event for everybody involved in it, and especially just huge praise for Jessica and Christina today. They did an amazing job. You know, the saying is that if you want to go fast, you go alone, but if you want to go far, you go together. And our NASA team, together with all of our international partners, is an example of what humans can accomplish when each person contributes their best, regardless of nationality, sexuality, gender, religion, or handicap. Jessica and Christina grew up having a dream of spaceflight. They represented men and women everywhere accomplishing what they did today. We are so proud of them, and it is just so special to be sitting here and getting to observe this day in history.
It really is. Thank you so much for being here with us to watch it. We appreciate all your help and all the help answering questions today.
Anytime. I'm glad to be here.
And once again, we did see that spacewalk today ending at 1:55 p.m. Central Time. That lasted a total of 7 hours and 17 minutes, and we'll come back to you in just a few minutes with some additional statistics.
Hey, Christina and Jessica, how's the rate?
Still good for me? For me.
Okay, copy.
I see airlock P 4.1.
Copy. Okay, Christina and Jessica, we are at 5.0, and we're going to wait 2 minutes for crew lock pressure to stabilize.
Copy.
Okay, as I promised, we do have some stats ready for you. Today's spacewalk was the 221st in support of space station assembly and maintenance,
Starting our 1 minute.
and the 8th this year conducted from the space station. That's the 4th for Christina Koch. She's now got 27 hours and 48 minutes of spacewalk time under her belt. Today's was the 1st for Jessica Meir. She, of course, now has 7 hours and 17 minutes total for today's spacewalk. That's exactly how long it lasted, 7 hours and 17 minutes. And with today's spacewalk, there has now been spent in those 221 spacewalks from the forward space station, 57 days, 20 hours, and 29 minutes worth of spacewalking time. Again, that's 57 days, 20 hours, and 29 minutes of spacewalking time just for space station assembly and maintenance. In all, there have been 420 spacewalks to date by all countries from all vehicles.
If your glove heaters are off.
EV1, glove heaters off. EV2 off.
Okay, copy. And check gloves for contamination. And Christina, we're aware that one of your glove gauntlets has something on it, and we're going to have PPE on our end when we open the hatch.
Copy.
And Jessica, your gloves are good to go?
Mine are good. I don't see any contamination.
Okay, copy. Take your O2 actuator to IV.
Didn't work. EV1 is an IV. EV2 is an IV.
Copy. EV1, EV2 are in IV. All right, we're going to resume the repress.
Copy. Thanks. Drew, I guess I do have on my left glove and a couple spots on my left and right glove of the same kind of gray substance that looks like that Christina had, but mine is isolated to just a tiny few small specks, whereas hers was kind of her whole, a lot big area on her gauntlet.
Okay, copy, Jessica. We'll check in with Houston. And if you guys are okay with the rate, I'll throttle all the way up to norm.
I am okay with it. Me too.
We've still got a few more historical firsts to commemorate before we're done for the day. So we're going to show you another one of those NASA first videos. This one marking achievements by Peggy Whitson. Seeing a view from inside the International Space Station where Andrew Morgan is waiting to welcome the spacewalkers back into the equipment lock portion of the airlock. We'll see him wearing some protective equipment. That is because of that smudge that Christina Koch noted on her gauntlet of her glove. Just to make sure that that's nothing that could be hazardous to the crew, they'll be ready to collect it and wearing a little bit of extra equipment as a precaution.
Airlock pressure 12. In there. Christy, the same. And 13.
Jessica, can you show me your gloves through the window?
You see that little tiny spot right there? See that gray spot right here? It's right here.
Yes, I can see that. Yeah.
And then there's a couple on this finger. You see, those are just, I probably wouldn't have even noticed it if I hadn't seen the gray color on Christina's.
Okay, copy. Thanks for showing us, Jess. Okay, Jessica, Christina, our DPDT is 0. We're going to get ready to open hatch, but we're going to put our PPE on now.
Copy. Copy.
Again, the crew members on this side of the hatch taking some extra precautions just because of the smudge that Christina Koch noted on her the gauntlet of her glove on her spacesuit. No, the crew didn't think that was likely to be anything more than a smudge, but just in case, we always like to be prepared at NASA. Crews here getting some extra protective equipment on just in case it's hazardous material, and then they'll be collecting her glove and making sure they get it bagged so that they can take a closer look at that.
see the hatches open, Christina. Copy. I can't see it, so thank you. Congratulations. Let me get this waist tether off here.
So you can see that hatch open. Jessica Meir waiting to come in, following their 7-hour and 17-minute long spacewalk today.
Christina, they've got me out, so they're working on getting me into the ETA. Copy.
We are still looking out for all the well wishes and cheers from the ground for the spacewalkers today. We got this one from Slater Robotics. They had a watch party for the girls in the 4th and 5th grade there for Mrs. Thomas Robotics 2 class. So shout out to them. And they are wishing Christina, Koch, and Jessica Meir luck and cheering them on as they make history.
She's coming out now. Should I pick up my new workstation to get me around this, or am I good here? Okay, yep, holding position.
Andrew Morgan and Luca Parmitano getting Jessica Meir back into the rack that the spacesuit will be attached to as they begin taking off the helmet and gloves and other items. Christina Koch waiting in the airlock for her turn so they can take off the SAFER, the simplified aid for EVA or spacewalk rescue that needs to be removed before they can plug into that rack. Get a good look here of how small that crew lock portion is, all the equipment and of course the bulky spacesuits that have to fit into it before the crew members can get outside.
Airlock Houston on Space to Ground 1. The EV crew is no longer hot mic'd. And no response required. Copy the thumbs up with the gloves.
Houston Station, Luca 1.
Go ahead, Luca.
FYI, I don't know if you guys heard this, but Christina is suggesting that what most likely happened is that she got some lube on her glove from the arm. Lee lube.
Copy. Thanks for those words. And we still need to press with the PPE as planned, just in case.
Of course, we had no doubts about it.
With this view of the spacesuits, now is a good time to talk about the new spacesuits that NASA unveiled earlier this week that will be the ones we're using as we return to the moon. We'll give a quick intro video of that, and then we have Kevin Wells, who's a spacesuit branch chief here at Johnson Space Center, to talk a little bit more about it. NASA unveiled earlier this week, and we have here with us in the Mission Control Center Kevin Wells, who's the spacesuit branch chief here at Johnson Space Center. Thanks so much for joining us, Kevin.
It's good to be here.
So, looking at these spacesuits, can you tell us a little bit about how they'll be different from the new ones, or how they are different from the new ones?
Well, the first thing to note is there are two different spacesuits. And so while what we've been watching today is the use of an EVA or Spacewalk spacesuit, which one of these new suits is, it's called XEMU. The orange suit that we saw in the video is actually a launch, entry, and abort spacesuit. So it's used for crew survival during launches and entries, and if there were something to go wrong during it gives the crew survival capability until they can be rescued. But since we were talking EVAs today, and we got to see this exciting historic EVA today, we'll talk a little bit more about the XEMU, which is the next generation spacesuit for spacewalks. So the biggest change is going to be that the XEMU is designed for walking on a planetary surface. So the current spacesuit, we actually enter, and you'll be able to see potentially here before too long the crew ingresses and egresses the suit, or dons and doffs the suit, gets into and out of the suit via the waist. We take the pants off and you put it on like you do a shirt. The new spacesuit, we actually remove or open the backpack like a hatch, and what you saw in the video was Christine Davis, one of our suit engineers, getting into the suit from the rear. That's a lot less likely to cause injuries. It's a lot easier to size the suits when you design it that way. So that rear entry is a big change. The walking lower torso, the walking legs on the suit is another big change. And then we have some life support technologies that are going to be different as well.
Right, so these spacesuits that we're seeing, they're more than 30 years old?
40.
40 years
yes,
old.
40 plus years.
So
that's
technology
right.
has come a long way since then.
It has. So there's some of the basic technology is actually similar. Some of the fabrics that we used then, we're using perhaps newer versions of them, but a lot of the fabrics are the same. The bladder material is a urethane-coated nylon. It's a very good bladder material, so we're not changing that. But especially a lot of the electronics, a lot of the cameras and the informatics in the suit, those all are new technologies that we're going to be employing in the XEMU.
So as we're watching this, we'll see them, as you mentioned, kind of come out of it like you would a shirt if your shirt was held in place. Not exactly a comfortable maneuver to make.
It's not.
But the new suit will be a lot easier to get on, and also I think to get on without quite as much help as they have here, right?
That's potentially true, yes. So we, especially when we're on the surface of the moon, there's only going to be 2 crew members, and they both have to get into and out of their suits. So it will be somewhat easier, I think, for them to go through that process of putting the suit on, getting into it, and then also in getting out of it.
Is there anything that you would say you're most proud of on the advances that have been made in the new suit, or anything that just really excites you?
Well, I think there's been a lot of work over the past 15 years or so in getting the mobility of that lower torso to really work well. It's kind of a tricky problem when you put big bearing rings around your legs, but you still want them to work like legs. And the same thing with your shoulders and your arms. So that's a huge advancement. The other thing is, in the life support system, we're going to be using a completely new technology for cooling the suit. It's something that's been developed here at Johnson Space Center, and it's a really exciting new technology.
And I want to ask also, a lot of things we've been talking a lot about with the spacesuits lately is size. So the new spacesuit, we went through a number of the different ways that this is size as the crew members were getting ready to go out. But the new spacesuit will have an even bigger range of size, right?
And interestingly, we were able to achieve that with actually fewer components than the EMU employs. The EMU was originally designed to fit the same kind of range that we're going to be able to fit with the XEMU, but due to a number of factors, NASA decided a very long time ago that they would only build the 3 largest sizes of the hard upper torso, and that really limited who we could fit in the EMU. But with the XEMU, because of that rear entry, we're actually able to move the shoulder joints closer inward, and that allows us to improve the range of sizes of people that we fit with only 2 different hard upper torso sizes. And then the rest of the components of the suit have many different sizes, so that people come in all shapes and sizes, and so it really does allow us to fit a large breadth of the population.
I'm sure that will be appreciated by aspiring astronauts. And you have already started testing these suits with astronauts. They've tried it on. What kind of feedback have you gotten?
Well, so far it's been very positive. So we've had 4 different NBL, neutral buoyancy lab. That's the big pool. We've tested it 4 times in our 4 different test series in the pool. We've also done a number of ground tests, both with weight relief systems and without, where crew members are walking around in the new suit, and they agree that we seem to be meeting the mark in terms of mobility, in terms of comfort, and in terms of fit. So
that's Good news. I'm sure you're glad to hear that.
We are. We're excited about the feedback.
Well, and having unveiled them, what's the next step for you guys?
So we're still in the design and development phase. So what we have shown you is our latest prototype, but we recently had our preliminary design review. So we had a bunch of experts from around the country sit with us and look over the design, and they're giving us feedback now. We're going to incorporate that feedback, and we're building our next version of test suits. So we'll evaluate those and do one more iteration on the design before our critical design review. And then after that critical design review, we'll do our certification units where we'll actually test them for in-flight-like conditions and then certify the design and build our flight units.
Sounds like you've got a lot of work ahead of you. Do you think we can meet the deadline we've set, 2024?
It's going to be a challenge, but we're up to it.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming and talking with us. We really appreciate it. We can't wait to see more of those new spacesuits. They're going to be tested eventually on the space station.
That's right. We're going to send one up in 2023. So,
all right. So we will be watching for that for sure. Thanks again, and we'll be like I said, looking for more news on the new spacesuits.
Thanks, Brandy. It's exciting to talk about.